Another day, another stream where we're here getting you covered for all of your Alabama Crimson Tide football news, reports, you name it. The man right above me, he started it. The man, the myth. Kyle, how you doing today?
What's up, fam? I appreciate you guys being here. What's good? Undefeated. Please let us know where you're watching from inside the comment box. We really appreciate you guys watching our content yesterday right here on YouTube of practice number 2. And I know that Ty's going to lead off with that starting point for his segment. It was amazing. I mean, the overall intensity yesterday was great. I mean, music at the practice, you wouldn't believe how much that kind of elevates the overall intensity factor. It's good to see different coaches working out with different guys, different players rising up, the different positions, and all of the media covering the team. It was really amazing. I mean, I would probably say maybe like close to 100 people that were there covering the team. And you're talking everybody with cameras, the news reporters. So it was a full court press and a different style of reporting on the team, because in the past we just heard from Coach Saban. So how this worked yesterday, and we didn't even have our stream last night because of the overwhelming amount of content that we had. So everything kind of started off at 3:30, and we got probably about 25 minutes to watch practice, maybe 30, which was crazy because in the past you only got like, and this was like 2019, you only got like 7 minutes maybe. And then they went down to one minute that they would send to you, right? It was like waiting for like, like Stalin to send the footage to you. You just like be waiting for it. And so then we went, and it takes a long time to kind of like package the material and then upload it. And that's kind of a fine balance that we, T and Smook and I, like, we're like, what is the best way to bring our viewers the content, right? So we thought about one really long video. So that's what you saw, but it takes time to upload that, to package it, right? And then after that, we went out to the interviews, and for the interviews, like you had Kane Womack at the front, okay, and then you have then they just brought out 11 different, like they brought out let's see, three additional coaches. Then they brought out like defensive players as well. It was wild. Like it was like a free for all, and you could just kind of bounce around. So then we came back and packaged that footage together, right? You transfer all the video over, you upload it, and then by that time, it's like, I don't know, 6, and then after that, we wanted to do like a post game wrap, and then that, you do that video. So we're like, we told Sean, we're like, hey, we have like too much information right now. We'll just, continue tomorrow. So it was, I mean, we were there yesterday from 2 to about 9, just kind of getting all the footage. I don't think a lot of people like really understand. And we put all of our stuff on YouTube, not like on Twitter or whatever. So we need to make sure that like everything is packaged here. So it was amazing to see kind of the process under Coach Kalen DeBoer and the access that you get. Now that, like, yesterday is going to happen 2 more times. It's not going to be like an everyday thing. So from there, you have to package your content and organize your B-roll from here on forward, because that won't be like an every practice type thing.
Yeah, and that's going to be the interesting thing, right? You had so many people whenever there was that first shot of the doors opening and
Oh,
all
yeah.
of the media members kind of going through. You had so many reactions from people on Twitter saying, okay, well, this is truly the start of a new era.
Yeah.
One person I follow makes great content. He had a funny tweet and he was like, footage like this used to be harder to come by than like North Korean political information.
Yeah.
And now here we are. And it was like, yeah, you're 100% right. Like, it is a wild time, but I saw you talking to Linguist, and that's something I'm really interested in, right? You got to
Mhm.
speak with Mo Linguist,
Yeah.
those defensive backs out there. I think that's an area where a lot of Alabama fans, that's going to be a dominating question on the defense, offensive line, for the offense. But if you wouldn't mind, Kyle, what
Yeah.
was your quick impression of Linguist, right? Because he's brand new to the
Oh,
area.
yeah.
What was your impression of him getting to speak to him yesterday?
Oh, it was amazing. I mean, professional. So what I quickly picked up, like from the jump, like he's a head football coach. Kane Womack is a head football coach. They are on the defensive staff. Like, these guys are ultra talented in their craft. They are not position coaches. They are like, that's why you see those titles, and you can like make fun of all the assistant or associate head coach titles that you have at Alabama. No, they're literally like assistant head coaches. They're not too far behind being an actual head coach. Um, and what's amazing about getting the opportunity to speak to these assistant coaches is the fact, yes, Jarvis, thank you. Masters of their craft, 1,000,000%. Thank you. That is really well put. So you're speaking to Mo Linquist, and I was asking about Damani Jackson, about Keon Sabb, and just kind of the information that they have stored in their brain from all the years coaching. Think about this, like University of Buffalo, he was just the head football coach there. South Alabama, he was just, Kane was just the head football coach there. So all of these guys coming, and they're all going to be, head football coaches at one day or another. But coming here, Alabama, it was really great to see. He has Kane Womack was, he answers the questions and a little bit of humor, and it's kind of it. And very polished. And we actually were, when we were leaving, we were packing our stuff up. It was Taylor, Smook, and I. When we were leaving, we had a chance. We bumped into Kane Womack, and this was about 9 p.m. And he was just like, "Hey, I've seen the channel, and keep up the great work." And I mean, he's been there. We were there from 2 to 9. He was probably there from, I don't know, 7 in the morning to 9. So I have this photo that I wanted to share with you guys. I'm gonna pull it up on the screen right now. Kind of give a snapshot of just how many media members there are.
That was a great picture.
And this goes. I took this yesterday from up on the podium, and it goes around too. So I'm up on the podium with my phone, right? And then there's probably another like 15 to 20 people behind me. And those are all the people that are covering the team. And then outside of that, so like interviews that came back to the left. And so you had Womack, and the first thing that he says is he's like, this was a lot different than a South Alabama press conference. What's up, 1920? I see you in the comment box. Yes, Freddie Roach is a great interview as well. Yeah, Freddie Roach was out there, and so was Colin Hitchler. Those are the assistant coaches that we were able to speak to. And then on Friday, you'll get the offensive coaches. So you get to hear from, I don't know, Kapilovic. Nick Sheridan will be where, Womack is right here. And then all the other interviews kind of like took place to the left of us. So you just basically like went around, and we got to talk to him, I don't know, for about 25 minutes. So, but yeah, the amount of people. And this doesn't and then so the TV and all the cameras are in the back, right? So kind of just shows
cameras there too. Look at this rig right up and right below you.
Yeah, so I'm in so this camera right here that you see on the bottom, all the cameras are to the right of me. This was the only one not on the podium. But see, everybody else, think about all the footage that's going out there. It's like all to Twitter, right? Every single thing. So it is amazing to see yesterday. So interesting day. Ty, I'll let you get to your segment. I will be back at 9 to take your calls and your questions, and then you got Smook hitting up at 10. So I appreciate you guys rocking with me. Ty, do your thing, and I appreciate you, Undefeated. I'll be back here at 9, and we'll get to work right here on Bama Football on YouTube.
Thank you so much, Kyle. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity, and thank you for putting in the work, Smook, that y'all put in yesterday, giving all of us access to this great information, having these conversations that we get to talk about. It really separates what we're able to do here, and we thank you for that. And certainly, we wouldn't be even able to begin if it wasn't for everybody in the Undefeated. Everybody in the Undefeated, let me know how y'all are feeling this morning. Let me know what stood out to you. What do you want talked about today? And as always, we're going to go through the docket, but whatever you want talked about, that will be a topic. That's why my last topic, Undefeated Chat Talk. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, I can get through all my topics and all of yours. You don't worry about that. We like to have a lot of fun over here. Speaking of that, ladies, gentlemen, before we get started on number 1, as you can see, the docket for today, we're going to be talking about the practice. We're going to be talking about a surprise visitor on campus and lead that into recruiting. And then we're going to be talking whatever you guys are interested in. But there is a topic Hey, Huntsville, how are you? Cynthia, Robert, Ryan, a lot of great people in here this morning. As always, the undefeated always shows up. You guys always are incredible in your support. But before we got started with number one, and it does kind of fit into number one, there's a coach that I've been talking about here on this channel that I was really interested in that Alabama hired. And as it turns out, and this should excite every Alabama fan out there, I am not the only one. Because yesterday or the day before, we get so much information, we talk so much on here, it's kind of hard to keep track of the exact days and what information has come out on what day, whether it was yesterday or the day before. Regardless, whether it was yesterday or the day before, none other than Josh Pate, who you guys know, I consider Josh, Kyle, these guys like this to be the gold standard in our industry. The gold standard. They do things the right way. They work. They embrace competition, right? It's just a different approach. But Josh Pate released a clip from the Late Kick, and he was talking about Coach Hitchler. And he was talking about how he still considers Alabama's staff to be a tier one in the SEC, a top, as he put it, 10 staff in all of college football. Now, in his words, he said if Alabama would have retained Grubb and Huff, he would have had Bama as a top 2 or even 3 staff, not in the SEC, in all of college football. And he said he loves the staff they have. He just is interested in seeing how it gels. But there's still a tier 1 staff, not only in the SEC, but in college football. And that was the point he was making. And he started talking about the defense. And his point was, it's going to sound like heresy. It's going to sound like blasphemy for me to say that the defensive staff upgraded. How could you say that when you're coming from Nick Saban? Well, the reason you can say that is because you have to view everything with nuance, with the due nuance, with the due context that a conversation deserves. And whenever we're talking about the defensive staff at Alabama, Josh Pate's point is, yes, you may not have Nick Saban, and that's the best defensive mind in the nation. So already you don't have him. That's a loss. But in Pate's estimation, pretty much everywhere else on that defensive staff, there's an upgrade. That was what his thoughts were. At safeties coach, he thought there was an upgrade. Across the defensive landscape, he said that from top to bottom, he thought that the staff had been upgraded. Now, as I said, Coach Smook, the reason why you say that it sounds like blasphemy is because you're coming from Nick Saban, and he consistently had top 10 defenses in the nation. And so to say, hey, you're upgrading from the GOAT, that can be a wild statement. But that's why when we unpack it with due context, with due nuance, and then say, hey, yes, you don't have Nick Saban anymore, but in every area on the defensive staff, we felt like we upgraded. That's where it's like, okay, this is a fascinating conversation, right? Like that's what makes this, that's the only reason why I said it feels wrong to say, you know what I mean? Because you're speaking of the GOAT. Now imagine if the GOAT would have had this staff top to bottom. Imagine if he was defensive coordinator, Womack was still inside linebackers coach. You keep Roach because you got to keep Roach. And then you get in Hitchler. You get in linguist. But where I wanted to go with this, ladies and gentlemen, there's been a specific coach on this coaching staff on defense that I have been really excited about. And that's one Colin Hitchler. Josh Pate singled Colin Hitchler out and said, that's an interesting hire. For all of the reasons I would lay forward. Hitchler, ladies and gentlemen, worked with that Cincinnati secondary. He was a safeties coach, but if you look, he's credited per Cincinnati. It's not me saying this. If you went to Cincinnati's page, his employment page, they talked about him as being a key piece in that secondary that was so good. Then he goes to Wisconsin and recruits his tail off at Wisconsin. Now, I get it. If you look at the rankings, right, you'd be like, oh, well, how come he didn't have a 5-star? Who is it, Wisconsin? He's not at Alabama. He's not at LSU. He's not at Ohio State, Georgia, right? The schools that just can roll in with their brand and be like, I'm going to get attention off of my brand. He had to earn that. He had 7 of the 23 commitments for Wisconsin in that class, and now he has the Alabama brand behind him. He's never had a brand like this. Never. Not even close. All due respect to Wisconsin. Love watching your football team. And I'm not even being facetious there. I genuinely do. I'm a college football degenerate. All due respect to Wisconsin. But if we're talking brand equity, Wisconsin versus Bama, there's no conversation. Once again, respectfully. But there's no conversation. Hitchler now gets to operate with a brand, with resources, unlike anything he's ever operated under. And I'm not the only one taking note. Right? There are a lot of hires that stand out to me. A lot of hires that stand out to me. I don't think that there's a wrong answer. But man, I am so excited about that one. And I don't know how it's going to work out, but I'm really excited to see how it works out. Jor says, if you watched practice yesterday, Mo, Hitchler, and Robertson worked with more than just a single group. Yeah, great coaches. Jermaine Mims says, Ty, Bama now has a top 5 head coach, a top 10 coaching staff, and a top 3 roster. Why is there so much doubt around Alabama again? Because change, Jermaine. Change is the one thing in life that's constant. I say the one thing in life that's constant. You guys obviously know there's more things that you get my point. Change is one of the predominant constants in life. Yet it's the one thing people fight tooth and nail. I mean, don't just think about this in terms of football. Think about this in terms of your life and what you've experienced, what you've observed. People fight change consistently, not just in college football. People fight change. And so, Jermaine, everything you said is accurate. I agree with everything you said. I do believe whenever you look at DeBoer relative to his peers, he's a top 5 head coach. Completely agree there. I agree. This is a top 10 staff. And I agree. This is a top roster in college football. But in my opinion, the crux of all doubt comes because there is so much change. And change is viewed differently depending on how it's presented. The reason why I say that is because for me, I'm excited to see LSU this year, Jermaine. I'm very excited to see LSU this year. They're very talented. They have Nuss as their presumptive quarterback. Nuss played quarterback right down the street from where I sit. But the reason why I say I'm excited to see LSU this year is I have questions about LSU. The media is very high on LSU, and I understand that. It's LSU. But for all of the questions that's being asked about Alabama, what about the questions that should be asked about LSU? They just lost a Heisman Trophy winning quarterback. They just lost 2 phenomenal wide receivers, which this is an area I will give LSU this. You guys produce great wide receivers, right? It's almost like at Alabama. You lose all these great wide receivers and people are like, you're going to have nobody in the room. And Alabama fans are like, no, there's still talent there. It might not be Neighbors, but it might not be Thomas. There's still talent there. But they have to replace the Heisman Trophy winning quarterback, who his athleticism, his clutch ability was massive for that offense. On top of that, ladies and gentlemen, it's not like they're rebuilding a defensive secondary that was a middle of the pack defensive secondary. If they were a middle of the pack defense ranked 50th, 60th even in passing defense, I would be more inclined to buy in and say, you know what? No, I think that you can lead a big turnaround. Year 2, right? From 60, maybe you end up a top 20 passing efficiency defense, and you can rock out with that. Here's the problem. They were like 120th. They weren't even a middling passing defense, right? So that to me is a major question. You cleaned house, you have all brand new coaches, and while yes, that is a solution, doesn't that also inherently create the same question that the media is asking about Alabama, which is change? In my opinion, it does. It certainly does, in my opinion. That constitutes change. That's coaching staff changing. Unlike Alabama, Alabama had a top defense. Alabama didn't have to change from the number 120th passing defense to a top one. Now, where they do have to change is the offensive line. In fairness, right? That's where Alabama needs their massive turnaround. We'll get to that conversation. So to answer your question, Jermaine, I frankly, I think people have aptly answered this as well in the chat. Steven says doubting Bama gets clicks. I agree. Brian says, Ty, they think Coach Saban define us as a team. I agree with that as well. And Patrick, I do agree with this, though. Like, if we're being as objective as possible, Bo Davis is a huge win for the Tigers. I grant you that. Not a peep from me on that one. That's an answer. But it does still inherently, Patrick, come in the form of the same question that Alabama is being knocked for, right? Where it's change. You have so much change. That's what Alabama's being knocked for. But you have other teams around the country who aren't being knocked the same. And I get it. Those other teams didn't lose Nick Saban. But that's why I formed the argument in the manner I did. Because when we get down to brass tacks, that's the issue, right? Is that Bama doesn't have Nick Saban anymore. When you get down to brass tacks, Patrick says Saban tried to hire him, but he couldn't tell him a definitive answer about when he would retire. Bo Davis, man, you already know I would have loved to have him. If there's a way you could retain Freddie Roach, though, right? Like, I'm very much a Freddie Roach fan. Love what Freddie Roach has done. So, love that. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We've talked about why the media is doubting Alabama, and I think it's change. Simply put, it's lack of Nick Saban. It's how they view Alabama. And the reason why I think that's as simple as it is because I can use other teams out there as relation points, right? To be like, okay, well, this team has a similar question, but there's not the same discourse around them. And at the end of the day, it's Saban. That's what it is, right? That's what it is. That's it. Play on the field. That was the player. Exactly, Bruce. Exactly. You still have a great roster. Jeremy, exactly. Right. That's why I said you can talk about change for other teams, but at the end of the day, the argument boils down to change at the head coach position, which is Nick Saban. But that's why I love the staff that's been assembled. I love the roster that they have. I love the Kalen DeBoer hire, which gets us into spring practice number 2. Right. They a lot of information coming out about spring practice number 2. And for me, the surprise visitor is Naeem Offord. It is Shane. It is Shane. Naeem Offord in town yesterday for practice. 5-star defensive back from the state of Alabama. Currently committed to Ohio State, as Ohio State has he and another 5-star. I'm not going to lie to you right now. Ohio State's class is sick nasty. Now, there's still a long way to go. We talked about this the other day, that there are always teams that start real hot and they catch the decommitment bug. And I'm not saying that will be Ohio State. But what I am saying is they recruit well. Right? Like, that's just a truth. Yes, Moon, Naeem Offord was there on a surprise visit, which isn't meaningless. For you to just turn up on a random Wednesday. Well, I shouldn't say random, right? It wasn't necessarily random. There was practice in objectivity. Regardless, for you just to turn up, first spring practice that can be viewed. There you are. What did we talk about yesterday? And we'll go ahead and hit this one before we jump back into spring practice, right? We'll go ahead and hit this one before we go back to number 1 and then dive into recruiting further at point 3. But before I fully unpack this, right? Before I fully unpack this, we talked the other day about the fear of missing out, FOMO. That's a principle that I have been bringing up here because, yes, it's something you see in everyday life, but it absolutely is something you see in football as well. Questions can create hype. There are different types of questions out there. And this is a truth we need to understand. There are different types of questions. Not all questions are created equal. right? Just like in college football. A win is a win, a loss is a loss. Not all wins are created equal. Not all losses are created equal. If you lose a 1-point game in overtime to Michigan, that's a loss. Like Alabama did. That's a loss. That loss is a lot better than if Utah State would have beat you by 4 touchdowns. Both are L's, right? Neither are good. They are far different equations, far different talking points. So that's what I always think of this, right? But the reason why I say the fear of missing out is these guys have heard Ryan Williams decommit from Alabama when Saban retired. When everybody knew what a big piece Saban was for Ryan Williams. And then you don't have Saban, you don't have Wiggins, you don't have T-Rob. I don't think people realize how big that was. You didn't have the 3 biggest figures in his recruiting battle. And what did this staff do? Easy. They got on the grind table, put their head down, and worked. Built the relationship, and got a huge win. And people tried to trivialize it, saying, oh, well, he just recommitted. No, he had committed to a previous staff, and those guys aren't here anymore. This is new. This is new. At the point where a top 5 player in high school football commits somewhere really rapidly, that's going to raise eyebrows. People are going to ask themselves, wait a second, what was that pitch like? What was that pitch like? And then you have your number 1 player in 2026 come for a visit later. He talks about how much he likes it. You have Antonio Coleman flip back talking about this was perfect. It exceeded all my expectations. These recruits hear that, right? They know. And so now they want to hear what the pitch is. It's the fear of missing out. This is a good question. Right? If this is a good question, George. Did someone talk to Offord wondering if it was just a curiosity thing or something meaningful? I don't have the answer to that question, but I would almost argue at this point they're one and the same, right? Like curiosity in and of itself could be something meaningful. Just because like it's Ohio State, you know what I mean? It's one of those schools where you gotta work to flip from Ohio State. Not saying that it's something that can't be done. Bama can flip from anybody. But it's easier flipping someone from like an Arizona State than it is like a Georgia or an Ohio State or it's one of these places where it's like, okay. Back along with his high school coach and 2 other players, Bama is recruiting. Jarvis says, yes, you love to see it. You love to see it. I think James Smith will be the man on D-line this year. We're going to talk about that D-line, Jay Steele, when we go into practice number 2. Naeem was out there yesterday like it is 74 degrees here as opposed to 47. Yeah, that weather can get wild up there. I have a sneaky feeling that we are going to keep rolling in this dynasty. I just want Alabama to continue pushing and being successful. Right? Like, and I absolutely think that's in the cards. They don't get it. Oh, Jeremy. I love this question. And the reason why I love it is undefeated. For those in the undefeated that have tuned into my segments for, I would say, the past month. So Moon Rocka, if you're in here, Jor, I know both of you have been in here for when I've said this. I know both of you have been in here. I genuinely think this is a make or break year for Ryan Day. And I know that sounds absolutely insane to say. When you look at his win-loss record, I mean, the guy is winning at a rate that makes your head spin. That's the truth of the matter. But if you go out there when there's no Harbaugh, and you didn't beat Harbaugh this year, in fact, you didn't even lose to Harbaugh this year. You lost to the guy that's inheriting it. If you lose to him twice, when you have this super roster, if they don't win the Big Ten, oh boy. I really do worry about like what happens next for him if they don't win the Big Ten. really, if they don't make the playoff, like, right, like the expectations have got to be, yeah, exactly, Moon. He lost, and that's what makes it worse to me. You didn't lose to Harbaugh. You lost to Moore, who could be a fantastic coach. I'm not saying he won't be. That's not the point here, right? Neither Moon or I are contending that we don't know what he'll be. Our point is you are the head coach. Ryan Day, you are the head coach. And you had a team that was ready to go, facing a team that knew nothing but chaos all year, didn't have their head coach, and you lost again. Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on Ryan Day. A lot of pressure on Ryan Day. Riles, people were saying Bama was because he was committed. I laughed. Yeah. No. Bama's one of those schools that they're going to keep chipping away. They're going to keep chipping away. And they have the brand to do it. Jor, as always, my man, great question. I would imagine that you would have to have someone in charge of like roster. And you get what I mean when I say in charge of roster in terms of NIL, which, would, I don't know about the rules there because you're technically not allowed to incentivize via NIL, but the rules are also non-applicable. We've seen that. They're not applicable right now. So you would imagine there's someone in there that would be preventing something like that from happening, is I guess what I'm trying to say. Moonrock hits it on the head. He says, could be great. He shouldn't have come in a higher level than you if you're Urban. 100%. And that's exactly what I meant, Moonrock, when I said, you're the head coach. You lost to him. You're the head coach. Neither here nor there. Let's flip it back, right? Let's flip it back. Got to talk about Bama spring practice because there's a lot of talking points here. You have a lot of people talking about the move Keon Keeley is having where he's now, at least yesterday, working out in that bandit role, right? That is something that this new staff, apparently from the interviews that you had, they feel good about the ability to get him and keep him on the field. And anytime you can maximize, what have we talked about on my segment consistently? Moon, Jor, I'm so glad y'all are here because anybody else would think I'm just like some crazy boomer, like shaking my fist at the tree. Versatility is massive in this new defense, in this new 4-2-5. If you have the versatility to do a few different things, this new defensive staff is going to min-max the rest of the defense based around that versatility. It's why Sab is such a huge win. Huge win because he's got versatility. He can do a lot. It's why Zay Mincy is so interesting. He's got that versatility. It's why so many of these pieces are so fascinating because the versatility allows you to be moved around to where now it's like, okay, what if our best defense is Keon Keeley on one side and Yanze on the other side? Well, if we kept Keeley over there, we wouldn't get to maximize that. That's what I talk about when I mean versatility. You can maximize some of these things based on some versatility. And the fact, this is why whenever people have been asking me, am I concerned about the move from Saban's scheme to the 4-2-5, at least in terms of basing out of a 4-2-5, right? Anytime we have this conversation, I do think it's important to note Bama played nickel. Everybody in college football understands nickel. They understand this defense, right? Like it's one of those things. They know it. You have to in the modern era. So it's not some abstract concept that's going to be unfamiliar. It's a very, very familiarized concept, this 4-2-5. But one of the things I kept saying whenever everyone was asking, am I worried about the transition? My answer was no, I'm probably less worried than maybe even I should be because of the way that Saban recruited. Bama has got guys with so much versatility. Glenn, here's a great one. You say Quay, right? Great answer. What about a Jeremiah Alexander? Came to Alabama as an edge, is now working out an inside linebacker. How about a Jahad Campbell? Came to Alabama as a 5-star edge, now starting next to Deontay Lawson at inside linebacker, an inside linebacker duo that take it to the bank will be a top 10 in the nation. Per every publication, take it to the bank. Go ahead and put that bet in. That's going to cash you out something nice. They'll be a top 10 inside linebacker duo on every publication out there. But it's that versatility where it's just like, oh, you have guys that can excel multiple places. Multiple places. And so whenever I heard Keon Keeley working at that Bandit, at least yesterday, that's the first thing I thought was there's that versatility. There's that versatility. We just talked about it. We have been talking about it. We have been driving it home that that was going to be a differentiating factor that allowed Alabama to hit the ground running. We knew that. And it's just awesome to see it playing out. No, a long ways to go, ladies and gentlemen. We're in spring practice too. We're not saying anything is won. Nothing is done. These are just simple observations. So that was one thing that took everybody and captivated them. I think another thing is you started to hear about some of these true freshmen. You saw Caleb Odom at wide receiver taking some reps. And I love that. I really do. Once again, what did we just get done talking about? Versatility. You can maximize your offense. Coach Smook, God, time has flown. I don't know exactly when. It probably was about a month ago now, though. Probably was about a month ago. He hopped on here and he was showing you guys a set that he was imagining that this staff could run. In that set, it had Odom as a tight end. And everybody, including myself, we were looking at that set thinking, man, that'd be nasty. Well, now, just imagine you can run that same set, but slide Odom out to either the single receiver on one side or put him in the trips that Smook had and still have your Danny Lewis right there. And now you've just created a hellacious scenario for any defense out there. Right? Now you've created a hellacious scenario for any defense out there. Because now they're looking and they said, wait, you should probably be a tight end. And Caleb Odom's looking at them saying, yeah, and you should probably try and cover me. Good luck with that. I mean, come on now. So it's this versatility. It's this versatility, man. You love it. Whenever you get guys with this versatility, you love it. Absolutely love it. Odom is ready to go. Quay, yeah. And he is apparently looking very nice. Very, very nice. Has Bama filled 85 scholarships? I believe they're at 83 right now, Ephron, but I haven't looked at that in a few days. Don't quote me on that, but I do believe they're around 82 to 83 the last time I looked. So they're right there. They're right where you want to be, because you probably want to do maybe an addition or two in the spring window. You have the ability, the flexibility to do so. Law, Odom, Williams, good luck. Don't forget Cole Adams as well, right? Cole Adams, Prentice. I mean, you got some dudes. You have an embarrassment of riches at wide receiver. That's all I'm going to say. Like, you just have so much at the wide receiver position. That's going to be such a fun battle. They are going to test each other. They are going to push each other, and Coach Shepard leading it. Oh, great. Great. End zone jump balls with Odom will be fun to watch. Yeah, they will. Henderson. Exactly, Cynthia. Great one. Great one. Great one, Cynthia. Beat me to it. Like Saban always talked about, maximizing these players' value, 100% raise the bar. 100%. 100%. No doubt about that. So you heard Caleb Odom, right? Quay Russaw making a name for himself. How about one Red Morgan? Now, the defensive back room is one that naturally I think a lot of attention is going to be on. The defensive back room is going to be somewhere where the majority of attention is thrust upon, because that's where you have the majority of your questions defensively. And so you're going to see a lot of coverage in that room. You already saw clips of Mbakwe, right? And Mbakwe is going to be so fun to watch. You saw Xavier Mincy out there already showing the length that he possesses. He's a long, rangy cornerback, super athletic, super versatile. But Red Morgan is a name that every time I kept scrolling, right? Every time I kept scrolling, you hear Red Morgan. And then you hear Malachi Moore saying, hey, Guy is really impressing. So listen, you know what that tells me? If nothing else, it is awesome to have a freshman coming in here, hit the ground running, and start maximizing their potential to continue building off of. That's awesome. That is such a great thing to hear. For Alabama fans to be hearing that, understand that the position is not won. It is a long battle ahead. But for true freshmen to be coming in here showing that want to, that work, that tenacity, it's all I needed. That's what I needed. That's what I needed to hear. No, it needs to come together. We need to see it. But if you had to rebuild the secondary and you're telling me, hey, I got guys with nothing but want to, oh, we can do a lot with people that want to do. Want to is a massive quality in life and football and anything. And anything. Malachi said he's a freak athlete. Yeah. Didn't Malachi say something along the effect, Jor, of like he's a freak athlete already, but once he fully acclimates to the speed of this game, it's going to be like wild. Yeah, he's really interesting addition to watch. So that's on the defensive side. These are all great talking points. This is all a great way to start off. The main thing I liked from the defensive coaches was the mindset of the swarm D. It's the same across the board, so I know it's yeah. Love that uniformity. I didn't, AJ. Forgive me if you've already discussed, but did you see what Joe Cox said about Black transferring? I didn't. 100% Jor. Jarvis, I did see practice footage or a picture of HaHa out there, or at least I thought it was HaHa. I hope he's still there. My goodness gracious. I'd love to retain HaHa on staff. I think anytime you can have guys that are showing they have promising careers in coaching and they're an alma mater of your university, line them up, especially if it's someone that played in the NFL. One would hope, Ephraim, no doubt about it. Reduction in penalties is always at the forefront of importance. No doubt about that. No doubt about that. So offensively, we talked about Caleb Odom. You start hearing he was talking. Yeah, I thought I saw that picture of HaHa Jor. I just wanted to be 100% sure before I put it out there into the YouTube verse that, oh yeah, he was definitely there. And then it's like, that wasn't HaHa, you. But yeah, I was 99% sure that I'd seen a picture of him. With Kool-Aid? Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. We're on the same page then, EJ. I just saw the picture, and it was the caption was Kool-Aid is there. And I didn't see anything about anybody saying, oh, it was Kool-Aid. They didn't say that it was anything about like HaHa, but I saw who he was talking to. I was like, man, that looks a lot like HaHa. I hope it's him. So that's awesome. That's awesome. Corey said Black didn't know the offense and only cared about money and TikTok followers. That'd be a strong statement. That would be a real strong statement. I'm interested in Amari Jefferson. Amari Jefferson is very interesting. Alabama signed a fantastic wide receiver class with Amari Jefferson, Bubba Hampton, Rico Scott, and Ryan Williams. An absolute dastardly recruiting class right there, especially under the tutelage of Shepard and DeBoer. DeBoer was a wide receiver. This offense, very wide receiver friendly. Super haul in the wide receiver. It was the coach's words. No, Corey, I'm not doubting you. I apologize. I didn't mean for that to come out. No. I'm just saying like that's a wild statement. You know what I mean? Like for a coach to say that, he had to have really rubbed coach the wrong way. It's just wild. It's also wild to me, Corey. He never knew if he'd run the correct route, referring to Black. That's that's wild. That's just insane. How I don't know. Yeah, Corey. It was mainly like, how in the world are you at Alabama and you're not even bothered to learn the playbook? Like, how are you fumbling ability like that, my guy? You because listen, for those of you that have been around my channel, you'll know I was very high on Black's ability. I was very excited to see what he would do in this offense. Very excited to see it because he's got ability. But like at the end of the day, there are a lot of people with ability. There's separating factors outside of ability. And that's, the people who succeed, they have those separating factors. They might have ability, but they have those separating factors that allow them to sustain success. That's wild. That's crazy. Oh, well. So, looking at recruiting, I've been saying it, right? It's not hard to believe in this era of college football. I think it's just, it's still hard for me to believe that, like, it's because I get your point, but like in my mind, Brian, I would still be money motivated. And I know a lot of people would be like, oh, NIL motivated? No, NFL motivated. That's the real money. So if I was one of those players, like I'd be money motivated. I'd be NFL money motivated. And because of that, I'd be grinding, trying to position myself as a first rounder. So that's wild. That's wild. Let's talk about recruiting. Because I have been saying for months now, since January, that March was going to be a huge month for Alabama. Josh says I don't follow recruiting like that, but I never saw it. He had an unbelievable ability to be a mismatch, Josh. Very green, was still learning the position, but his ability is insane. He's got all the ability you could want. He's got all the ability you could want. But in terms of recruits coming down the pipe, March is going to be a big month. You have multiple 5-star visitors that will be coming to Tuscaloosa, and you already had a surprise one yesterday in Naeem Offord. I did my best to hold it together, Jor. I didn't intend. I saw it. I saw it. Well, Juwan, you said I'm a competitive guy. Money wouldn't be the factor that motivates me. I don't know that those two are mutually exclusive. I don't know that those two things are mutually exclusive. If I'm a competitive guy and I'm motivated by NFL money, I would argue inherently competition motivates me, because if I want to be a first-round draft pick, how many college football players are there? I want to be the best of 32, meaning I want to be even better than the 85 on my roster. So for the thousands of players out there, I want to be one of the 32 first-rounders. That, to me, is competitive oversight. Whether it stems from NFL money is irregardless, right? You still are motivated by innate qualities such as monetary gain, competition, because you want to be one of the best. So I get what you're saying, but I don't also know that they're mutually exclusive if you're looking at it the right way. You see Saban interview about him saying 70% of the players ask for money. Oh, I've heard some things, Dwight. I'm not going to say them, but I've heard some things about like how the days finished. I'm not gonna say them because I don't know if they're true. Right? Like it just doesn't give me any it's just, I don't know if they're true or not, but I will say this. I didn't know if they were true, and then Saban gave that interview. And it was kind of echoing some of the things I'd heard, and I was like, oh, I guess that is pretty true. I guess that is pretty true. So whenever you're looking at recruiting for the month of March, what do you need to know? Juju Lewis coming in this weekend for a visit. 5-star quarterback, top 15 player in all of high school football. And this is someone that this staff has been chipping away at for a while. They would love nothing more than to get Juju Lewis in this class. And I'm telling you right now, you want to talk about a snowball win. What do I mean when I say snowball win? What do I mean when I say snowball win? Is that he would be someone that Alabama got committed, and you would see a wave of commitments thereafter. Right? You would see a wave of guys saying, oh, Juju Lewis is in that class. Really? Oh, well, I had to hear the pitch before. Now I really have to hear what is going on at Bama, because they just got Nick Saban's not there. Brand new coaching staff. They just pulled Ryan Williams, and now they got if they get Juju Lewis, those are going to be the conversations. You bet your bottom dollar on it. You go ahead and take that to the bank. That's going to be the purveying conversations. Oh, they got him off of a month's worth of work after an offensive coordinator left and Nick Saban retired. They still pulled that off. Got it. Got it. And Jermaine, this is a fantastic question. Who do you feel is a more likely flip, Juju or Deuce? That's a great question. That is a great question. I think there are arguments to go both ways. I think I might go Deuce just because, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't Deuce Knight like commenting under all of Ryan Williams' Bama stuff with like elephants and stuff like that? Like, if I'm not mistaken, he was like commenting on everything. And that might not mean a thing. That might not mean a thing. But it did kind of catch my attention when I was like, hold on. You were commenting on like not just Ryan Williams stuff, like several Bama players dropping elephant emojis. Like, what is going on here? But see, Marquita and Ricky Smith. Marquita says Juju, in my opinion, and Ricky Smith backs it up once again, saying I go Juju because of Caleb Odom. And look, I think you're 100% right. That's why I said this is such an interesting question. Great question, Jermaine. Great question. Love that. God, that's a good one. Either way, do you know how good you feel if we're sitting here and you're saying, hey, the two quarterbacks or the three quarterbacks, because I think KJ Lacey is also involved in this. I don't know. I don't know that for a fact, but it is interesting to me that he came on that visit with Ryan Williams, right? So it's going to be something to watch. But if let's just pretend for the sake of this conversation, KJ Lacey, right, is also in this mix. If you're saying like, hey, KJ Lacey, Juju Lewis, and Deuce Knight, one of those three is going to be your quarterback in this class. Are you good with that? Every Alabama fan in the nation would shake your hand with a smile from ear to ear and say, cool, cool. I don't need to hear anything else. I'm good with that. And one of those three guys, cool. I'm going to laugh straight to the bank. You just gave me one of them. Patriot Life with the 5 gifted Bama football on YouTube with Kyle Henderson memberships. Patriot Life, once again, my man, you have been killing it. You have been absolutely killing it since last week. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, rocking out, adding into the conversation, and allowing us to continue making content at the rate we are over here on Bama Football on YouTube with Kyle Henderson. It really helps Kyle. It helps T make this vision happen. Thank you very much for that, Patriot Life. And if you were gifted a sub from Patriot Life, be sure to thank him because he has been making sure Alabama fans stay covered through all of this. One more time, Patriot Life. Appreciate you very much, my man. Appreciate you. Deuce has a family member that has DeBoer ties. Interesting. I'll take one 5-star quarterback and another low 4-star or high 3-star to develop because I feel like either Ty or Dylan is leaving in the spring portal. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about anybody leaving in the spring portal, but I also do understand that it's the modern era. And when I say I don't know that, like I have no information on that. But I have no doubt the staff is going to be successful in getting quarterbacks. Money Main asks, what do you make of the Bryce Underwood visit about a month ago? So Underwood is with LSU. He's with LSU. And listen, LSU is one of those places. Bama has flipped prospects from LSU before. We know this. Bama has had success there before. But it's also very difficult, right? LSU is one of those schools where it's like, hey, Bama can flip from anybody. That's the truth of the nation. That's the truth of the matter. Bama can flip a player from any school in the nation. But there are certain schools where if they're committed to that school, it's like, okay, got to go ahead and grab the hard hat and the lunch pail because this is we're pushing, right? Like we're pushing. Ohio State, Georgia, LSU, brands that like develop, brands that these kids know, hey, if I go here and do my thing, I'm going to end up in the first round of the NFL draft. Those brands, it can be but I think that this staff is intriguing from a quarterback perspective. The question for me, though, Money Main, would be if one of those other quarterbacks pops first, then it's kind of an interesting situation. But I'm not shocked with that any quarterback would be interested or any wide receiver would be interested in hearing the pitch from this staff. Dwight with the 5 memberships gifted. Thank you so much, Dwight. Thank you for always rocking out with us in here. Heck, Dwight, I know you rock out with me over on my channel. Whenever I was in streaming every Monday evening, kind of taking a little bit of time off now in the off season, just regular content now, streams over here. But Dwight, you've been a fantastic supporter of Bama football on YouTube. You've been a fantastic supporter of Around the Table Sports, and that means a lot. That means a ton. Thank you very much for that. Thank you for being here. Thank you for contributing to the conversations. Guys, I've always told you this. Your comments inside the live chat, I really do appreciate them. I really, truly do. Because I love interacting with all of you guys. And you guys do a great time. I said a great job. You guys do a great job at making this a lot of fun. Yep, and you've been slacking. It's the off season, my man. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? It's one of those things where I stream over here, and by the time I'm done, it's just like there's really not much more to talk about. And I don't want to, beat a dead horse. So once things get back up, we'll be rocking and rolling again over there. But it's just content right now. We got something coming out today. I have been slacking. You're right. That's great. So, someone asked about Jamie French. Brian asked, "Hi, do you think that Bama can pique Jamie French interest with the buzz here?" Listen, I would say yes, right? But I'm also looking at this from my point of view. And when I say that, I'm putting myself in the shoes of what if I was a top prospect? What if I was a top prospect and was like, where am I going to go? If I was to think about it logically, this Bama staff is it's one of the best. And Bama has already been a school that develops wide receivers very well. It's not an unknown commodity in the NFL, right? It's a brand. And so I think logically speaking, yeah, no doubt. But this is where I think the other side of the conversation is the fact that what if Bama fills up, right? Like Bama right now, it's one of those things where if Jamie French wants to come back into the class, I would love for Jamie French to come back into the class. But you have to be interested. And Marquita, you I think put this more eloquently than I was just about to. French seems uninterested in Bama. If he's interested in Bama, that's amazing. But recruiting is one of those things, and I've always said this. I've always been forthright in this. I want everybody to make the best decision for themselves. And if Jamie French feels like the best decision for him isn't Alabama, then I don't particularly want him to go to Alabama because I want all of these players and schools to be in the best positions possible, right? How do you eliminate going into the transfer portal? Pick the right school. Pick the right school. And maybe he continues down the path of visits and realizes I haven't found that factor I found at Bama. I haven't found that anywhere else. And I feel like I'm chasing something that I'm not going to find. So could he get back in this class? I don't see how not. Right? I genuinely don't see how not. But I've felt like that about any wide receiver in this class. About any of them. Because it's just like, how could you not? 2026 6'7" defensive end coming to practice tomorrow, says Jory. Yeah, that's going to be a good one. A lot of visitors in this weekend. French and other players who are getting massive pay for play contracts are going to go to the Bucknut land. I'll give it to the Buckeyes. They are taking pay. They're recruiting at a high level. And we already know, though, right? Like, they recruit wide receiver at a very high level. Brian Hartline over there. He does a great job on the trail. Hartline recruits his tail off. Hartline recruits his tail off, man. So, listen, if Jamie French is to go to Ohio State, as much as I would love Jamie French in this class, you give me a Caleb Cunningham, a Travis Smith Jr., and what is it from modern day? Marcus Harris? I'm happy. I'm happy with that. Very happy with that. There's a lot of great wide receivers in this class, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of great wide receivers in this class. Caleb Cunningham, I think, would be a huge win. Very huge win. He called in, I think. I'd rather have Smith Jr. Travis Smith Jr. is a beast, Jermaine. Kyle, my man, how you doing?
Yo, what's up? What's up?
No, just talking recruiting, and someone asked if I thought Bama could get Jamie French back interested in the class. And Kyle, I want to hear your perspective on this, because from where I'm sitting, logically speaking, I don't know how a wide receiver would not look at Coach Shepard, at DeBoer, at Alabama's history and say, I'm eliminating them, especially someone who is formally committed. Now, I get it. Relationships are key. Wiggins isn't there. T-Rob isn't there. Saban isn't there. You do have new faces, but it's not like these new faces aren't phenomenal at what they do. I want to hear your thoughts on that before I make my exit. What do you think about Bama's chances with Jamie French?
Oh, I think they're extremely high. I think the fact that, and you're going to see it on Friday, just the type of energy that Jamarcus Shepard has. And I think one of the great things was watching the wide receivers yesterday. Now, they were way down the field, but I think the best thing to realize about the wide receivers is they are takers. Like, this is an aggressive group. Even the way I'm going to talk about Caleb Odom here at the top left, have him underlined, like, he's an absolute star already. So these are the type of playmakers that this coaching staff is going to develop, that is going after. I think that, you look to, yesterday the wide receivers looked great, and they didn't even have Ryan Williams or Rico Scott. It's amazing, right? So it's amazing to to see these type of players, and from the wide receiver position, it's I think they have a great shot with him for sure.
Love to see it, and that's how I look at it. I just don't know, like, skill players, they're going to want to at least hear the pitch. It's too good of a pitch. It's coming from coaches who are too good.
When you get there, you clearly see that it's completely different. It's the energy is so high. It's wild. It's a completely different place with the same brand. It just looks like it's hard to describe unless like you get there, but there's so much energy there. I felt, it was kind of like by the book, the exact same thing. And then now that Coach Saban's left, it's like this new energy, right? It was pretty exciting to see. I think it was kind of like almost a little bit mundane in the sense over Saban. Now I saw that Saban saying that, the way the players acted and stuff like that, and people trying to make a big deal, and I don't know, maybe trying to even like vilify Saban or whatever it is. But it's like, don't throw your helmet in the locker room. But yeah, it was, I can't lie. There was great energy out there, and it was one practice that we saw. And this is the honeymoon period. Guess what their record is right now? 0-0. Guess who they beat yesterday? Nobody. Guess who they lost to yesterday? Nobody. They were literally catching passes from quarterbacks. Did it look good? Yeah, it looked good. But that's how practice is. You practice to get better, but that's it.
Love it. Love it. New era beginning officially. We knew it was here, but as I kind of asked Kyle the other day, ladies and gentlemen, did it really hit him? And Kyle, you're better than me, because I would have been in that moment of like.
I like the fact, like, there was an interesting moment where we are listening to so like all of us are around Coach all of us around Kane Womack, right? And there's like 100 of us around him. And then some other like coaches start trickling in, and other players start trickling in. And then Coach Kalen DeBoer like comes out of this like side locker room, like 50 yards downfield, and he take like a look, and then he leaves. He didn't go over and like micromanage or like he's confident in the abilities of the guy. It is so crazy to see, because we didn't even hear from Coach Saban after practice. Like we heard from him after practice at the podium, like at practice, like at the podium, but never like when they literally walked off of practice. It was different. They had like a riser. What a riser is basically like a podium platform for like microphones and for cameras to go on. But other than that, you just got to talk to everybody. It was interesting. Completely different style.
That's that autonomy we've been talking about.
Yeah. You have confidence in your coaches. Not to say that Saban didn't. Of course he did, but it's just like, this is a new sheriff's in town, and the energy was great. I'm not gonna lie, like the music, I dubbed it out for copyright purposes, but the music the whole time was going heavy. You couldn't hear anything yesterday.
Well, here's what we can do for the future. In terms of the copyright, you can just have me sing over the lyrics. That way we can keep the music in, but it'll just be my voice in the background. And that way people can get the real full experience of what practice was like.
Yeah.
I'll do that. I'll do it.
Yeah. No, it's
Blaze
great,
will do
man.
it.
That was fun to see yesterday for sure. It was good to be back out there. I'm going to play some, footage and kind of go over, what I saw in terms of the practice report. Now that I've kind of had time to sit down, look at it. I'll just kind of show you guys a snapshot before you break out here, Ty. And you're probably not. Maybe you'll surprised by some of this. Maybe you're not. But up top to the top left, Caleb Odom, a star, 100%. Kendrick Cloud, my goodness, is crazy. Like he's balling out. Kane Womack, tons of energy. Like the guy is so animated. Honestly, he was dropping some F-bombs and some what's out there. Austin Max Tower, that's it. Like he's gigantic. He's huge. Throws a pretty good football. I have some good footage of that. Here's kind of the quarterbacks. So I'm going to talk about this on my show. What stood out, and it's gonna be fun segment for sure. And I think we need to update Damon Payne. I think there's a Y in there. So T, it's in like the main graphic area. So if you could update that, appreciate it. But other than that, and I put this together literally before I got on the show, so it's not T's fault, it's my fault. But yeah, Ty, oh, just 1 second, Ty. Can you talk about this graphic real quick? I'm gonna connect the phone line. Just give me 2. Yeah, all right.
Of course, no worries. So Bama fan says no way Brailsford is second team center. Bama fan, this is just relationship building. He's just getting acclimated, right? Running his reps. I have no doubt Brailsford will be the first center. He's the highest returning graded center in the nation. But I did say this the other day, Bama fan. If Brockermeyer has continued to work, has continued to evolve, and we're in a situation where at the very least he's going to push Brailsford, that's the best case scenario. Iron sharpens iron. You want that competition. He's already going to be getting it from the defensive lineman that will be in front of him because I think Bama has got a really, really good defensive line unit. I think that's going to be a strong suit. But I do agree. Brailsford will end up being that guy, but I'm encouraged if James is there because he's really coming into his full potential, because then if you have a battle, it's not a bad thing. You're going to have the best guy win, and that's great for Alabama. Great for Alabama. That's what you're looking for.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is what we saw yesterday. So it's like not like I came out, with this by myself. Like, it's just like we literally saw him working with the first team offensive line. So if you were there at practice, then post your practice report and we can talk about it. So no, eager to kind of dive in, and we'll take your calls as well. T will put up the call line. But yeah, Ty, great segment, man. Always crushing it, and I appreciate you, man. And we always look forward to your content, man. So definitely follow Ty from Around the Table Sports. Does an amazing job, and we appreciate him.
Appreciate it as always, Kyle. Everybody in the Undefeated, get ready. Kyle's got you taken care of with some great calls. And until next time, as always, roll Tide.
Take it easy, buddy. All right. Yeah, what's up, everybody? How's everybody doing today? I saw yesterday inside the comment box, you guys didn't want me to say run the thumbs up anymore. There was like a bunch of people who said that. That's fine. Okay. Won't say it anymore. It's your channel. Whatever you guys want to see, that's fine. Trainwreck, you don't want me to wear a V-neck anymore? That's fine. I'll change it. I mean, Josh Pages wears a white T-shirt. I don't even know how much flack he gets. So it's your guys' show. Whatever you guys want to talk about, is cool with me. I don't mind if you guys don't want me to say that anymore. Whatever. I mean, just it's your show, honestly. Let's see who we got in. We got a 973. We got Chris in New Jersey. All right. Now people get mad. They're like, "Don't say run the thumbs up. It puts me in a bad mood." I'm like, all right, dude. Sorry. Jesus Christ. All right. So looking at the practice report right here, and we appreciate you guys being fan funders. Can we get the sponsors up at the bottom of the screen whenever you get a shot? Yesterday was crazy. It was interesting to see kind of like the volume of access that we got yesterday. It was so much that we had to even push back like our live show, because like the interviews and the access and all the B-roll that we got yesterday was amazing. It was, it's never, I think we get we get that type of access, I think 3 times this spring, and then probably A-Day we'll probably be able to like be on the sidelines or something like that, calling plays. I don't know what we'll be able to get, but it was cool. And they said, as long as, we're still there. And honestly, I for whatever reason, I still feel like it's comfortable for us to be there. It was Smook was there, Taylor, of course, and me. And we're there, and I don't know, whatever. It's just like we went to use the bathroom, and they're like, "What were you guys doing behind the walls?" We're like, using the restroom. Jeez, So it's kind of weird the way that we're treated at the University of Alabama. To be honest, I don't know what it is. There's like some sort of like strange, like, I don't know if it's because the channel's so large or what. I have no idea. Like, it's just like a really weird feeling that we get. Like, I covered the team. There's a lot of people, and it still feels like there's like some like adversarial approach. So like the enemy covering the team. It's weird. I don't know. It's just it doesn't feel comfortable when I'm over there, to be honest. And it's like I am such like a by the book type person. Yes, sir. No, ma'am. Open the door for you. And honestly, it's like pretty much like treated like shit over there, to be honest. So it sucks. But anyways, we cover the team, and we do our thing, we run our race, and that's fine. But it just it doesn't feel good to be over there, just like cover. It's like it's weird. It's like the enemy is here. It's really weird. But the person that I didn't get that from was Mo Lindquist. Mo Lindquist was like, "What's up, man? Like, how's it going? Feels good to like be here and like talk." And Kane Womack was cool too. Talked with him for a minute, but just overall, it sucks, man. There's definitely favorites there. 1,000,000%. I'm not scared. I don't work for anybody else, so I can say whatever I want. And this is the truth. Ask T, ask Smook. You know what? This is the first time that I've been here for 8 years. It's weird. But Smook is so personable. Everybody loves him, It's like, and he's like goes up to everybody, and he's just so happy to be here. So it's good to see. And Taylor, she works her ass off behind the scenes. She even has a class today. So she has a test today, a final. So we're eager for that. Who knows, man? I don't know. But honestly, like we've asked for interviews with the coaches before. No. They're like, we're like on some list, right? So it's just weird. I'm gonna tell you the truth too. Like, this is exactly how it is. We've asked for interviews. We've been polite. We've done everything. I don't know what it is. I'm blocked by one of the people that runs like Yay Alabama. Like, I don't get it, man. Jesus, it's annoying. All right, so let's talk about And the problem is like I try to be like first class in like every single thing that we do. Always hyping up other media members. Always like doing like giving up, better. Just wear your V-neck. Jesus. So now the V-neck is gonna be something. It's crazy. I mean, who knows, man? This is crazy. All right, let's look at what I saw yesterday. We'll start up at the top left. T, if you could take the overlay off and then definitely pull it down. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. The V-neck's probably going to be a whole thing now, right? Kyle, you're wearing a V-neck, right? And I'm not going to say run the thumbs up anymore. I got, a lot of feedback on that people just weren't feeling it. So I won't say it anymore. Caleb Odom, a star. Honestly, like it was really amazing watching Caleb Odom, participate yesterday with the wide receivers. Honestly, it was really amazing. The guy is just flat out fantastic. I mean, talent, like when you see it, and when somebody is absolutely just completely balling out, and like, when somebody is different. And I don't want to like overly hype these freshmen coming in, but he was that guy. I'm serious. Like, it was really amazing to see. And I'm starting up to the top left because it's kind of like my overall practice report. So yeah, he was, honestly just caught my eye, stood out. He was like that guy. I honestly felt that he was probably the best player that I saw yesterday at practice. Honestly, like 100%. I think he was like him. Kendrick Law certainly stood out. Of course, like Jalen Murrow is the best player in this team, probably in all of college football. And I know that's probably going to make a lot of people mad as well, but it is what it is. Like Jalen Murrow he probably win the Heisman Trophy, and you guys, a lot of fans still be mad about it, but he's the guy. There's Robbie Utes right there, number 45. But from what I saw yesterday, I was certainly impressed with Caleb Odom. Like, my goodness, it was amazing to see. Kendrick Law as well was up at the front of the wide receivers, and the guy was, he's just different. He's ready for the NFL as well. Certainly killing it. And just the way that he runs his routes, he's a bigger guy. Kobe Prentice up there as well. Saw Emmanuel Henderson. Can't wait for him to get his opportunities as well. So I'm kind of starting up at the top left. Kane Womack, look, he brings so much intensity. These younger guys are hungry to be there. I think that sometimes with like Kevin Steele didn't really have to say much. I think you just kind of understood the process, and I think he was probably one of the best defensive coordinators that Alabama's had since Jeremy Pruitt or Kirby Smart. But I don't know, these guys, it's just like the younger coaches out here. I'm not saying it's better than whatever. It's just these guys haven't even coached the game. They're just intense. Really intense. Kane Womack probably had the most. If Kalen DeBoer doesn't cuss, Kane Womack says enough, swear words for him. Like it was dropping them. It was just fine. It's football practice, it's outside, whatever. So this was interesting as well. Is there's a Keon Keeley, but and that's Tim Keenan, big number 96 right there. But Keon Keeley now working with the defensive line. It was interesting because Freddie Roach said that he's still going to be working with the outside linebackers, but here he is working with the defensive line. Who cares? Like, just get him on the field. Like, I think they were probably working on like the versatility of a player who's clearly going to be the NFL in someday. He has a size. Look at him. He's over to the left. What is he? 270, 260? And you're like, no way. He's like 250. Dallas Turner was 260 pounds and looked just like this. These guys just, I don't know, heavier bone density or what, but they're gigantic. I saw Austin Mack at the quarterback position. He's 6'6". He towers over the quarterbacks, and how the quarterbacks worked. As you can see, the first rotation was Jalen Milroe and Ty Simpson. All the quarterbacks were throwing at the same time. So you would have like this first rotation, and then Dylan Lonergan and Austin Mack would come in, and they would also, throw two wide receivers. This wasn't against defense. The periods that we saw was just opened. And that's how it operated. I have some more footage of the quarterbacks that I'll share with you guys as well. And I'll take your guys' calls. We got looks like we got Angel and Chris from New Jersey. I'll get to you guys in just a second. I appreciate you guys calling from Pigeon Forge and from New Jersey. Then you have the running backs, Justice Haynes and Jam Miller. It's amazing to see these type of running backs in action. I'll try to see if I can pan to some of the running back footage. Because, like, when you have, here's Austin Mack right here. Not bad, right? He threw a nice ball. You can criticize the air, whatever. He's throwing a pass. That's it. What stands out to me is just like the size. You see, like Dylan Lonergan, you could barely even see him, and here's Austin Mack way down. And this is probably like what? 150. I'm probably like 175 yards from him right now. So I'm trying my best to keep the footage still and, accurately show the quarterback. So I want to talk about the footage that I have here, but let me kind of round out what I saw from practice, kind of the practice report. And then I'll talk about the footage. And hang tight, callers. I'll get to you guys in just a minute. Call line is opened, and I appreciate you guys being here. Yeah, T, and can we update Quay Russo? I just ran through this, so there might be some misspellings. It doesn't even like auto check up at the top right. Can we just double check on Quay, on his last name? And I apologize if I misspelled that. So that's how the quarterbacks were. I'm working on with the running backs down to the bottom left. Justice Haynes, Jam Miller, Richard Young, Daniel Hill. All those guys look great. As I mentioned about the wide receivers, first team offensive line. From what we saw yesterday, Pritchett, Booker, Brockemeyer, Jaden Roberts, Wilcom Formby. I wouldn't let the center position, get you upset if you're seeing this and you're like, damn it, they're starting over. I don't think this means anything. I think they're just literally practicing. And since Brockemeyer has been there last year, he's probably getting working with the first team. but I'm sure that Parker Brailsford is working with the first team as well. Tight end CJ Dupree, we saw him in a black jersey. Danny Lewis also out there. I've always been a really big fan of Danny Lewis. I think he'll get his time to shine eventually. Robbie Oots is a monster. Ty Lockwood had a really good catch during one of Alabama's videos that they released. The first team secondary, Damani Jackson, Jalil Hurley, Malachi Moore, Keon Sabb. Like, it's really amazing to me that Keon Sabb and Damani Jackson, like these guys, it would be a shocker if these guys are absolutely impactful from like game one. They're that good. I was flat out super impressed with Damani Jackson. I think overall on the defensive side, from players that I hadn't seen before, freshmen or transfers or whatever, Damani Jackson probably stood out the most to me, right behind like him and Sabb is like 1A and 1B. Second team, secondary, Xavier Brown, Jalen Mbakwe, Devontae Smith. And again, like this is literally the second practice. So in terms of like a depth chart, doesn't mean anything. This is how we saw them practicing. Quindarius Robinson is a monster. Keanu Coate, monster. We need to update his last name as well. Keanu Coate is misspelled. Inside linebackers, Deontay Lawson, like Jaha Campbell, best tandem in America at the inside linebacker position. I don't care what anyone else says. That's the best inside linebacker unit, period. Defensive lineman that you could barely see the defensive lineman because they were hitting sleds, and the way that they were angled, like they weren't like in drills, or they weren't like they clearly were in drills hitting the sled, but you couldn't really get the best vantage point in terms of like who was working like ones or twos or whatever. Cool. Yeah, if we can update just like I think, oh yeah, it looks like, did we get Coat updated? Appreciate it. All right, now let's look at the footage that I have. I'll just talk about the footage. I'll get to my calls here in just a second. I didn't see Jaheim Otis. I didn't. I didn't. I don't think. I don't know where he was, what he was doing. This is the kind of the beginning of the practice. He could have been getting treatment or something like that, but I didn't see Jaheim Otis yesterday. All right, we're talking about the footage right here. Honestly, to be honest, I haven't even had a chance to look at my own footage because we've been like nonstop. So I'll just kind of talk about it as I see it happen. You can see right here to the left, that is Kalen DeBoer with the offense. And I'll kind of stop some of the footage as well as we go forward. And there's Danny Lewis, number 87. You see with the offense, you see it's very active. You have Kalen DeBoer right here to the left. In the center, that is Dylan Lonergan. To the left, that is Austin Mack. So this is the second team quarterbacks or the second rotation. And then in the back, you have Nick Sheridan with like a headset on, right? That's how it's working. It looks like they're throwing to the tight ends right here, number 45 in front of you. That is Robbie Oots. And here come the court. So you can see Nick Sheridan with the headset on. Now I like panned over and saw that, now I'm working with the defensive line. There's Freddie Roach right in front of you. And the guys, this is exactly how it was. In the background, there's like music that is just absolutely like pounding. Like they have like huge speakers that are just blaring the entire time. So right now I'm like looking at the defensive line, but I want to be able to still see the quarterbacks and get some, good footage of the quarterbacks, because that's kind of where I was in position. And then what stood out to me is I was like, oh, wow, there's Keon Keeley. And I see that Keon Keeley is then getting coached up right here by Jamie Mosley. And I'm like, that's what's up. So he literally took his time to work with Keeley. And there's Josh Chapman right here to the right, the bigger individual. So they're getting Keon Keeley reps. I think he's going to be able to. Coach Roach is jacked. He doesn't live too far from me, and he's a monster. Like he could play. He could probably play on Saturday for Alabama, 100%. There was Tim Keenan, and here's one more rep from Keon Keeley getting it going. Love to see it. And T, we could probably clip this part of the video when I start talking about the players, if you want. And again, he's getting coached up right here by Jamie Mosley. And in fact, this was a really cool part, is because you have Keon Keeley coming to the side, and you see Jamie Mosley just really working kind of one-on-one, right? And they hitting the sleds. I'm serious. And you're right, Moon Rocket. Like Josh Chapman is gigantic. He's a big man. right? And I think that's who Jamil Burrows. I think those two were. I think Jamil Burrows and him went 1-on-1. I think that's like some off the record type stuff. So Josh Chapman's a big dude. All right, now we're looking at the offensive lineman. So I caught the offensive lineman kind of the side, and I'm still looking for like the quarterbacks. But then I was like, oh wow, there's the offensive lineman, and here the offensive lineman getting in some work. They're gigantic. Number 65. I think that is Nyquil Bentrade, right? He's a transfer in from Texas A&M. And here you can see Danny Lewis on the outside of the tight ends, right? The big individual. It's crazy. Like he's 260, right? Here's Welcome Formby right here, number 75. And you can see Robbie Oots. I love this package right here. Look at this. Outside, so you have your tackles. Oof. Like right there, like that is, you're going to, running backs, if you're not running behind that, right? Like how can you not? You got to get excited about it. And then I do have some footage somewhere of Chris Kapilovic. I'm not sure who's working with the tight ends and the tackles in this particular clip. Remember, they have all these new analysts and everybody who has been added to Alabama. But man, there's Elijah Pritchett, number 57. He looks really good. Can't argue with that at all. And one thing that I did see, like at the practice, I got to tell you, like it's very, like it's up tempo. There's no standing around. You don't see anybody. Like even with those quarterbacks, you mentioned, like you think with like the second team quarterbacks or the second rotation, like those guys would just be kind of like sitting in the back. No, like they're always, everybody's always active. Here's Welcome Formby and Danny Lewis. And I go back. Here's one more shot of the defensive line. I'm just talking about, honestly, the footage as we're kind of rolling over. Here's Josh Chapman going to eclipse the screen. And then you go back to Elijah Pritchett. Now we're looking at the secondary right here. Here's Drake Kirkpatrick Jr., right, in his Pops jersey. There's Tony Mitchell, what looks like a hamstring apparatus. He was number 27. And from right here, the way that the sun was coming in, you couldn't really get like a really good like vantage point to see like what you were shooting in the camera. So, because I took like my bigger camera, I wasn't shooting like on a cell phone. I don't know if I should shoot on a cell phone or not. I felt like this camera's a little bit better. Here's Damani Jackson, number 1. And they're just kind of, rotating in different drills. So I was like, oh, there's a Damani Jackson. Honestly, at this point, I'm like shooting blind. I don't really know like what we are shooting. I'm gonna pause the clip right here, or actually I'll just pause it, but I'll take some calls as well. Can we get the sponsors up, T? All right, Chris, I know you've been on for a minute. Let's take the call. One second, Chris. Switch this up. Hey, Chris, what's up, man? Thanks for calling in. We appreciate you being here, man. Welcome to the show.
Hey, Kyle. I think it's time for us to give you a positive message. First of all, roll the thumbs up, Undefeated. That helps the channel. Whoever said that, here's how we do it in New Jersey, Kyle. Shut up. Say whatever you want, Kyle. This is your channel. Now, I also want to say this. This is the number 1 channel, not on YouTube, period, regarding Alabama football, which we love. It's going to be a monster. There's going to be 200,000 subscribers, maybe hopefully more. And we all come here. This is a community. This is more than a channel. So if there's somebody that has anything negative to say, get the hell out of here. We don't need you. We don't want you. You guys are doing a fantastic job, Kyle. This is, and what are they going to do when you have 200,000 subscribers? They're going to let you ask questions. They might, don't take it in the wrong way. They're going like this guy's a freight train. The channel, I mean, between you, Smook, Coach Sean, Ty, Taylor, I mean, this is a dream team. Nobody has this. This is and it's going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. So we're here to give you support, Kyle. That you're doing a great job, and this is a great channel. So. All those morning messages that you give that inspire us, well, we're here to inspire you that you're doing a great job. So there's my little rant. That was not why I wanted to call, but, I had to switch it up on the fly, Kyle, because the thumbs up helps the channel. Keep on saying it, Kyle. We need more fan funders. We need more subscribers. Let's go. So and what are they going to do when this is by far going away #1 channel? They're not going to. And by the way, it would be better if you had the unis on. I said that a couple days ago. You and Smook look great, but so listen, a couple.
No, who had like matching shirts and they looked great was Touchdown Alabama. They had like TDA, they're a whole different business organization, but still like props. Everybody else kind of like, you're wearing whatever, but like TDA had like actual like shirts that said TDA. Here's Drake Kirkpatrick Jr. number 21.
Do they even have half the subscribers you have, Kyle?
No, I don't think so, but they do a really good job. I mean, because
listen, we're not out to bash anybody, but that's what you're like the Saban of the shows now. You got to rise above, Kyle.
Yeah.
So I just you and Smook great. When you asked your question, I like your little microphone with the channel on it. I like that nice touch.
Yeah.
And so a couple things. I thought that that something that I haven't seen, and and I don't know all their names, unfortunately, but hopefully you'll let us know. Is I think the coaches that you guys chatted with, they seem so excited, more excited than I've seen assistant coaches since I've been, and I've been around since Saban, so 17 years. So the one guy, and there's one thing that the one guy with the red beard, I don't know who that is, so forgive me for not knowing. He said the coaches are going to coach each other up. Did you catch that?
Yeah. Yep.
That's one of the most impressive things I've ever heard.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine if the coaches want to coach each other up. What are they going to do for these kids?
Mm-hmm.
And let's not forget on this channel that these guys out here on the field are kids.
Mm-hmm.
I know they're grown men that are 6'6", but they're 18 to 22-year-olds. So that we happen to love and we're fanatics regarding this. So that I thought was great. The questions were great. Now, I know you got other, you got other callers. So I just want to switch a couple to a couple players that I saw. And the footage was great, Kyle. Keep it up. Did you get a little lesson from your son on how to keep that steady? You did a real good job. The Wilcom Formby, who Coach Sean's been saying came in with like baby fat.
Uh-huh.
He looks to be like Alabama's got him grown man status. And Pritchett looks like he looks like a grown man. And Booker, who is obviously he's a mouthpiece. He's my favorite player. He looks like he's taken a few pounds down. But who's got the most grown man NFL body part is Justice Haynes.
My goodness!
Look at his legs, and then look at NFL. And look at NFL players. That's what NFL players look like. So everybody, Saquon Barkley from the Giants, that's what his legs look like. That's called NFL. So now listen, I want to say one last thing, Kyle. I'm not looking to get anybody worked up, especially Smook and Coach Sean. I'm not looking to get but I know it's only the second practice, but the quarterback that's throwing by far the best ball. And I'm pro Jalen Milroe. I don't want you guys to yell at me like you did last season. Is Ty Simpson throws the best ball of the group? It's not even close. I mean, I was watching this over and over again, and it's like, I love Jalen Milroe. I think he's going to be the starter. I think he's going to run this offense. But Ty Simpson is a hell of a quarterback. So that's all I'm going to say. Now, I ranted about the channel. The channel's outstanding. Roll the thumbs up, fam. And listen, have a great day, Kyle. Keep up the amazing work. Roll Tide. We'll talk.
All right, man. Take it easy. All right, that's Chris calling in from New Jersey. We'll take a 251, and we'll start right now. Hey, what's going on? You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Hey, Kyle, it's Cindy from Saraland. How are you?
Cindy, what's going on? Good morning. I appreciate you joining us from Saraland. You got Ryan Williams coming in, and then you got Antonio Coleman, who flipped from Alabama to Auburn, and then Auburn back to Alabama. So things are looking really good for Saraland and the pipeline for Coach Caitlin DeBoer. Welcome into the show.
Man, we're pumped up down here for that.
Yeah, right?
No, I just wanted to call in. Yeah, I just wanted to call in real quick and tell you, I saw the comments and I heard you say that, and I was just like, man, that's awful. And that that you've got 100% support from the undefeated. The undefeated ladies love you, and we love Coach Sean, we love Coach Smook, and you don't listen to any of them.
Yeah, well, I appreciate it. Yeah, it's
and you keep grinding.
Yeah, I mean, because I don't think like the staff, like I think everybody like sees like the work that I think everybody sees like the work that I put in, but like the staff behind the scenes, like people saying yesterday honestly was the first time that Taylor had ever used a camera. Right, you're looking at some of her footage here. Right, the first time yesterday, like we literally did like practice, the last couple of days with the camera, and yesterday was the very first time that Coach Smook asked interview like questions ever. Right, so developing your team during spring, this is also part of the process. All right, like teaching our staff. How do you not only produce the show, but guess what? You have to use a camera. And guess what, Smook? You have to be an on-air talent, but now you have to ask questions. How do you conduct yourself? Like, how do you remove yourself from being like a fan to like a reporter? So all those things that that you're working on during this time of spring ball. It's like practice for us, right? So during the season, we've had many opportunities, and it's kind of like muscle memory when you cover the team. But there's a lot that definitely goes into it in terms of like what we do here and how much time, we all put into this, whether it's an on-air talent or whether you're in the field. And like reporting on the team is a huge responsibility, and it's a huge opportunity with that, right? Like we get access to be there, to be outside with the team, and it's great to be able to report on the Alabama Crimson team. We're looking at the footage of the running backs right now. It's really remarkable to see like Justice Haynes, Jan Miller, Richard Young, Daniel Hill. It was like a small snapshot of the running backs, and but you can see right here.
Man, they look great.
Didn't they look amazing? I was like, wow. As soon as I saw Justice Haynes, and I'll kind of find the clip again, I was like, oh my goodness. And then right after him, Jan Miller came. I was like, oh my goodness. So it's like one right after another. These are crazy.
Well, I know you had a great time out there yesterday, and this is my last point. I just want to tell you that and I know a lot of the undefeated are the same. I was subscribed to several podcasts, and that's all I would listen to through the day. And now it's got to where all I listen to is you, and I know some of the others are just like that. So just to let you know, and we had 3 or 4 people in there last night just looking for y'all.
Yeah, well, so yesterday it was kind of like a game time decision, and we should have done a better job communicating with you guys. But we were there from 2:15 p.m. until like 9 p.m. And so in the practice interviews, like when we were obtaining all the interviews from the coaches, it was running into like our on air time for like 7. So I think in like what we're going to do when we have another opportunity like that is send someone back to run. So, for example, like we have producers for the show, which is basically like Taylor, myself, and Coach Smook, like in a jam. But other than that, some of our other guys are just talents, and like running the show with the B-roll and all this stuff. It's not for everybody. So, we're trying our best. So we just kind of made a game time call, and we're like, look, we're gonna go with the coaches' interviews. And then we'll do our live, tomorrow. But it was just it was really overwhelming, the amount of open content that we had yesterday.
Well, that just goes to show you what kind of fans you have.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're all looking for y'all.
Yeah. So thank you so much. I appreciate the call from Saraland, and we'll catch up with you next
You're
time.
welcome.
All right. See you, Cindy. All right.
All right, Kyle. Take it easy.
You too.
Bye-bye.
All right. Thank you. Yeah, and Antoine's like, I wouldn't mind y'all hiring 2 or 3 more talents, and so that's the thing. Like, we want to get to that point, like to hire different people. So we need more fan funders, and sponsors to continue to like operate this, because the goal is to have this running all the time. Like that's like we need the watch time. Honestly, like that's how we stay in. So that's kind of our goal, is to continue to bring all that stuff to you guys. So Shane, what's up, man? Let's see some feedback. Kyle, you should have Coach Sean and Merrill come on when you guys are on location. Yeah. So how that works is, and not throwing anybody under the bus, but we need a producer. So the producer, like Taylor or myself, who like starts the show and like designates and adds people and adds this type of footage, those people are behind. We're literally behind. So when we're at the studio, really good internet, we can add people, but Coach Shauna and Coach Merrill, they don't know how to do that from a producing standpoint. So we need one of our 3 producers. It's kind of like a mixing and match type, like having the live going on, and then also like the internet. So like the internet is fast inside the media room, but when you step out of the media room, it's slow. So it's this balancing act. But we're trying to figure out like what the best situation is, like who to put where, and we'll continue to try to get better. But I'm just looking at this footage now. It looks great. Was able to get kind of some really close up shots, and this is far away. So I had the bigger camera, but still I'm like, I don't know, I'm like 100 yards away at this point. And this particular, like T has a tripod and I don't have a tripod. So I'm just kind of holding it on my hand, and it's not bad. It's pretty good. I was talking with like Cynthia, is the running backs look damn good. Like it was, and I think that coming up, you have a video of Caleb Odom. He's number 18. So when if you're watching everyone's footage on Twitter, or you see something on here, just point it out. But I think it's coming up. You can it's like 2 seconds that I got on film. There's Danny Lewis right there. So it might be coming up. Let's see if we can get it here. Okay. That's Robbie Oots. Who wants to tackle him, right? And let's see. Another catch by tight end. Here's Milrow. I'm just looking for this. Nope, that's not it. He was coming from the right side in the footage that I'm looking at. So what I'm like, my responsibility and Coach Smook's too is like going forward is like to organize all the footage so we can just quickly be able to have this B-roll. But this is still like live, just raw B-roll that you're seeing right here. That's the end of the clip. Let me see if I can kind of rewind on some of this. I want to see the running backs again. And if I don't get to your guys' calls, I'll get to you guys another time in like the afternoon or whatever. I mean, and we'll still do our show live next week, which is Alabama spring break. So we'll be coming to you from the beach, actually. Yeah, we appreciate you too, Antonio. Thank you so much. Number 12 is Dylan Lonergan. Number 10 right here is Austin Mack. Big quarterback. He's like, 6'6". There's Jamarcus Shepard in the middle of your screen. Looks like he's getting amped up already. He seems like a guy with a lot of emotion. You'll be able to hear from him on Friday. He'll be up at he'll be in the interview room. So will Nick Sheridan. Get a chance to hear from him and maybe some other offensive coaches as well. I don't know what players are going to be there. I would assume Jalen Milrow. Here's a deep pass by Austin Mack. I was honestly just kind of like pointing and shooting during this point in time. All right, we'll take another call from 256. Hey, what's going on? You're online with Kyle Henderson. Who am I online with, and where are you calling in from?
Hey, Kyle, this is Bill from Carrollton, Georgia.
Hey, Bill, what's going on?
Call and say how much I've read. Hey, how's it going? I just want to say how much I enjoyed your program, the talent you amassed with your contributors. I really like Coach Smook. I mean, I've been a fan of football for years, but just the way he breaks down film, I'm just a whole nother level of understanding. Just sitting there and listening to me is just amazing. But just want to say how much I've enjoyed your channel, and keep going.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you so much. I think, a lot of people have continued to see the channel morph into what it is today. And we're always trying to capitalize on the different times. And like right now, like February and March, like they're small opportunities, small windows to cover the team. But I think you'll get a better glance of like how the business will really operate during like actual football months, right? August, September, October, when we have like opportunities or there's like news heavy stuff every single day. This is kind of just a small taste and almost like a practice for us as well to make sure that we're delivering the content that everybody can most importantly watch, has high quality audio, good video, and all, kind of the lives, the regular video upload. So I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Anything that kind of stand out from, what you saw yesterday that you want to kind of hit on, or any questions that you have from spring football practice number 2?
I just love the accessibility. I know I appreciate everything Saban did, and I totally understand keeping everything in house. But this is just a different level of accessibility. Hearing Freddie Roach talk.
Yeah,
I mean, I've seen interviews with Coach Roach, and that was just very interesting hearing him speak about his role and the transition over, and just his relationship with the guys. Just the level of accessibility, and you guys, getting these shots from in practice, stuff that we typically don't get to see.
I
haven't seen.
I really like to hear from the assistant coach as well, because it highlights them, and you get to understand like how talented the coaching staff is behind the head coach, right? Because like it is Coach Kalen DeBoer's team. It was Nick Saban's team, but the guys behind, I mean, look how many players are out there. Like the overall operational, system that's put in place to make all of this go is really amazing. If you just kind of zoom out, like there's a lot going on, and the opportunity to get to hear the mindset of the assistant coaches is brilliant. I think Mo Lindquist yesterday, hearing him speak outside of Kane Womack, man, you're like, damn, like these guys are they were head coaches. Like, look, I get it. South Alabama, Buffalo, not, part of the Power 5 group. Who cares? Like they were making, like that's big time football. Seriously. And for these guys to come in and now be a part of Alabama staff is really, really amazing. I love, and it's an honor to get to talk to some of those guys. So I really appreciate, the coaching staff and letting us have some access during spring football to talk to those guys. And I'm sure, and they represent the program well. Plus Mo Lindquist was wearing this dope quarter zip that had the block A on. I was like, man, I know our fans would love that. Anything else that you have before we move to our next caller?
One last thing, I'm not really surprised by Caleb Odom. My son doesn't go to his high school, but they played against him. And, yeah, you can tell he's just one of those guys that was different than everybody else on the field. So to see him ball out at practice right now doesn't surprise me one bit.
Yeah, I don't – it's easy to like hype up all of these freshmen. We do it every single year, right? Like Justice Haynes last year, right. And he barely even had opportunities because you have Jason Roydell or whatever. And Caleb Downs did his thing last year, but this year, yeah, I would just be like completely shocked if like Caleb Odom isn't getting significant playing time from the jump. And like being a mismatch, he just has it. I'm serious. Like you just watch him and he has it. So unless like something changes or whatever, I mean he just passed it off. But I appreciate you calling in, and thank you for contributing to the show today.
Thank you. Good to talk to you.
All right, see ya. All right. If we got another 256 Angel. If I missed you, man, my bad. Call again next time. The call in line. There's several numbers. So if I missed you, my bad, man. All right, 256. Let's go. Hey, you're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
This is Daryl.
Hey, what's up, Daryl? Yeah, I appreciate you calling in, man. Welcome to the show. I appreciate you joining me this morning. What stood out, Coach, yesterday? If you've had a chance to watch some of the film, if you just kind of give like a quick hit on, maybe some observations or, miscellaneous points. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, I watched the film. Congratulations, y'all did an excellent job with the film and the choices that you made, who to film, what to film. It was awesome. What I saw intensity, I saw effort, I saw joy, that they were back in pads, back in the back practicing again as University of Alabama Crimson Tide, and I saw a pride that just made me glow that the team they bought in already from what I'm seeing to the coaching staff. They bought into the different nuances and philosophy. They bought into the tradition of the school. They bought into all of that, and the coaches seemed like it seemed like they hadn't. It seemed like they had missed. They'd been here for 10 years. I loved it.
Yep. I like the fact that the coaches and they keep on talking about understanding like the standard. Like they're not coming here and just trying to like redo everything. That it doesn't need redoing. Like it's already set in place. It's like continuing to build on that with their added philosophies, but they're not like bulldozing Coach Saban's foundation or anything like that. Like they understand where they're at. And I have to be honest, like the intensity out there was great. It was good. It was refreshing. Maybe it's just because it was spring football, like the first time we were out there, whatever, but with the music going and the younger coaches and look, it was good to get access to some of these guys. And like Smook pointed out yesterday, a lot of the weight that these guys have added, that's also good too. Like these guys look a little bit thicker.
Oh yeah.
And a little bit lean too. Like when you look to the offensive lineman, I thought like last year, and I get it, like Caden Proctor is a gigantic human. That's just him. But I felt he was a little bit too heavy. Same thing with even Wilcom Formby. It looks like Wilcom Formby is a little bit more trimmed down. He's number 75 if you're watching the footage. You'll see here in a second. But he even looks a little bit slimmed down. So whatever. I mean, the guys looked bigger where they had to be and a little bit thinner where they had to be as well.
Yeah, I just think, with a transition, most of the time there's a foreboding. Like, I don't know about this guy. I know about Coach Saban. I don't know. And he's saying the things, but I don't. But these guys seem like they have enthusiastically bought into what this guy is selling. I mean, that's what I see. I can't see but anything but that. And I think it's going to get better as the practices go on. And as we approach the season, it's going to even intensify even more because, you can sell anybody anything. But if they know that you don't believe in what you're selling, it's going to be a failure. And I believe Coach DeBoer believes in what he's selling. He believes in, and like you said, you can't go to friends and say, well, you know what, we're going to have another Eiffel Tower. That's not going to happen. No. You stick with the foundation and the establishment. So, in other words, yes, we're going to change a few things. When we roll out here and put on those helmets, the first game of the season, it will be the Alabama Crimson Tide you're facing. Not a reasonable facsimile thereof.
Yeah, I think people...
They got me fired up.
You know what's amazing is I think that there's a large percentage, and which is awesome, is like that people think there's going to be a drop off with this team, like in some sort of talent. There's not. Like there's not going to be a drop off. I think that I think they start very hot. And I think they go into that game against Wisconsin on the road with a ton of momentum. This team, people, look, I get it. Like, this team understands that they've kind of been written off a little bit, which is fine. I love it.
Oh, I love it too. Because I actually saw a prediction. Somebody predicted us right after Coach Saban left, about 2 weeks. I saw a prediction that they predicted us to go 7-5.
7-5, no.
That's what they predicted. 7-5. Wow, where did y'all get this from? I mean, what bar did he go to? So I just see a lot of enthusiasm, a lot of energy, a lot of intensity, and it's going to do nothing but get higher and go and intensify as we go toward the season. And I can't hardly wait.
Yep. Yeah, 100%.
You know what? Let me ask you. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, 100%.
You know what the monkey said when he got his tail cut off?
What's that, Coach?
It won't be long now.
Love it.
So it won't be long before the season. It'll be here before you know it.
Yep. Yeah, it was good to get a taste yesterday. I appreciate you calling in, Coach Dell. Call in again, man. Enjoy talking to you, man.
Keep your head up.
Yep.
Keep your head up. They're going to take shots at you. They're going to deny you, but they can't stop progress. Keep rising to the top, brother.
Appreciate it, Coach. Thank you, man. See ya.
All right,
Coach D with the good call as always. All right, next we go to the phone lines and keep them rolling. 512, believe it's Jay out in Round Rock. Jay, what's up, man? Welcome to the show. I appreciate you being here. Thank you so much for joining us this fine Thursday morning.
Good morning, Kyle. Good morning, man. I didn't get to see the interviews with the coaches, but I've been watching this footage, and you're saying that, this is you guys' first time, getting out there with the camera. Man, let me tell you something. You all did an awesome job. An awesome job, man. And then I'm so thankful for Coach DeBoer allowing media to, get out there and look at what's going on, man. This has me fired up. Anybody think this Alabama's not going to be fired up, man? I'm going to tell you something. They must be drinking some cough syrup or something. Let me tell you. Because, these guys, the coaches look like they've been with these guys forever, and the guys are responding, and they got the energy level high, and it's impressive. And I just can't get over this footage, man. For you guys to say you just started, this is unbelievable. Yeah. If you can get any better, I want to see it. You all did a great job, man. Yeah. Great job.
Yeah. It's really, so how the practice works is Alabama has, I would say, like 4 or 5 practice fields. So you don't know like which position is going to be where when you get out there. And because it's a whole new set of coaches, like there used to be like an organized spot where like the linebackers would be, but this is a whole new coaching staff, right? So we literally walk into the field house, and then they just kind of open up this garage door type deal. And then it's just, you just go wherever you can. And they tell you that you can go all the way down this way, kind of like a long L, and you can't go onto the field. So you have to do your best. And again, there's probably like 100 media members that are also, getting footage and stuff like that. So being able to see the players that you want to be able to get the footage that you need was clearly one of our goals. And then the second goal was to get as many interviews that we could and get those interviews packaged together, and then also do like a kind of a post-practice wrap. So those are, we uploaded literally just 3 videos yesterday to our YouTube channel because we knew it would be a lot of volume, but we wanted to package those professionally. And then we have a lot of YouTube shorts that we added as well. So when you get a chance, Coach or Jay, go watch the coach interviews, and pretty much Womack has some great things to say, but Mo Lindquist was a hell of an interview. And I think I put those interviews back to back because you could see it's one head coach to another head coach, and those are on staff here at Alabama. And then I put Coach Freddie Roach because that's another future head coach as well. It's a very, very talented coaching staff, clearly.
Yes, and you said you were 100 yards away from these guys. Man, this is unbelievable. This looks like it was professionally done. You are a pro, okay? But I'm saying, with this being your first time going out there doing this is a professional job. It really is.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah.
I've seen professionals do it, and if it couldn't get any better. It can probably be better. You probably find things wrong with it.
100%.
For us that's out here looking at it right now, all we can do is compliment you on the job that you did, because it looks like you were right up on them. And the energy out there, man. You caught everything. Man. And I'm excited about these coaches and what they're doing with these kids, because they got them ready. And I like what Coach Womack says about the accountability circle that he does. Oh man, that's gonna make that defense fired up, man. Yeah, that's gonna really make the defense fired up.
Yeah.
But anyway, I just wanted to compliment you on this, man. And I'm going to go back. You know, I had some car issues yesterday. That's what made me miss everything. But I did see when you and Coach Smook was out in front of the center, and it kept lagging. But I had to get back out there and mess with my truck. And then, like I said, when I came in this morning, the first thing I did was jumped on here to see what was going on and to see this live footage. I mean, it's excellent, man. I give you your props, man. I mean, and you know, to me, I'm so proud because I look at you guys now like family, man. I haven't met you personally, but to see your work, I'm proud of you, man. You know, to say that, hey, man, these guys are awesome. This is my family doing this. You know what I'm saying?
100%.
But keep up the good work, Kyle. I mean, you guys are only going to get better and move up, man. Just keep doing what you're doing.
All right, man. Take it easy, Jay. Appreciate you being here, man.
All right, man. Roll Tide.
Roll Tide to you, man. Yeah, Jay, with a really good call. Appreciate his continued support of the product right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Coming up next, we got Coach Smook coming in at the 10 a.m. spot. So appreciate you guys rocking with us today right here on Bama Football on YouTube. And like Jay was saying, he missed the footage yesterday, but it's all posted right here on Bama Football on YouTube in terms of the extensive footage that we had, and then we packaged all the interviews together. So I organized those accordingly, so you guys were able to kind of jump through the interviews that you wanted to watch and made sure that the audio was cleaned up and boosted and stuff like that. Because sometimes when you're out in the field, it's like the audio. I always want to make sure that the audio is like you guys can hear what you're listening to. I listen with headsets, but I know you guys, you listen on your phone. You guys want to make sure that you guys can listen accordingly. Ebony, what's up? I hope to meet you all. I'm going to rep the undefeated and everybody who is messing with them. I appreciate it, Ebony. Thank you so much for the continued support. Cinco, what's up, man? See you inside the comment box as well. Betsy, thanks for being here this morning. DR334, appreciate you, Bama boy. Everybody inside the comment box. Such a great community. What's going on? Lynn, what's going on? Let's see what you have to say. Kyle and them shooting from across the field on the other side, wearing Bama pullover, standing to the left of Kool-Aid. Yeah, we saw Kool-Aid yesterday. That's what's up, Lynn. And then Aaron, what's up, man? Got my pops watching you now. He doesn't ask me what's up. He says, "Hey, son." Kyle said, "It's funny, man. Appreciate you being here." Aaron, what's up, man? Hey, Aaron, 5151, man. See you inside the comment box as well. Betsy, I'm really sorry to hear that. Yeah, I'm just, really heartbroken for you. So thoughts and prayers out to you and your family. You don't only get one mom. So, heart breaks for you. I'm sorry. You know what? I didn't even mention this, but, it's, Glenn, what's up, man? I appreciate you as well. And it's my daughter's birthday today. It's, Lacey is 7 years old. She is, she's such a sweetheart. And, I know you guys know Caden, but Lacey's my little girl, and, it hits different when you have, a little girl, because I don't know, like I mentioned and we'll get Coach Smook in just a second, but I think when you have, children, you always want, time to, go slow, or I don't know. It's just, that's how it is when you have children. But I was going to post a picture of Lacey and I real quick so you guys can see her. But is her 11th birthday. So this is a picture of us from many, many years ago. I took her took my family at the time to Yosemite. And it was one of the coolest places that I've ever been. And I think that, kind of as we, listen to, Betsy talk about, losing her mom, it makes me kind of think about my family. And, just because, like, at the end of the day, you only have, like, your family, right? Those are, like, the most important people to you. And even, like, the work that you put in and how you live your life, like, and I heard this, the only people that are going to remember, like, way down the road, how that you worked, like, late nights and worked maybe too much as your children. And that hit. So here's a picture of me and my daughter Lacey. This was at Yosemite. If you haven't been to Yosemite, like, definitely get out there. But yeah, Lacey is 11. So it is her birthday today. And this is her and I many, many years ago. And it's amazing to see, kind of how time fleets. But, happy birthday to Lacey. And if you have birthdays, we do like camos, so I'll say happy birthday too. But, Betsy, I'm really sorry. So, thoughts and prayers to you for sure. All right, Smook, you ready to go, man? You running thumbs up? All right, Coach Smook, 2 seconds. Let's bring on Coach Smook. Coach Smook, what's up, man?
What's up, man? I'm trying to recover, bro.
Yeah. You know what? Like that was a lot yesterday, right?
It was like, I think it was around, let me see. Do I have echo on my side? Let me check it.
Oh, I
feel like
might
I
have
got echo. No, I think I'm talking about
I think I'm talking about
my sound.
I took it off.
Nah,
It should be good now.
Nah, you just turned it on. Okay, you good now. No,
Yeah.
you turned it on. Let me see.
Oh,
No, you turned it on.
yeah, I turned it on. All right.
All right, now we good.
How about now?
I'm good, man.
right.
Yeah, I'm just trying to I'm getting settled into my new space right now. My brother, we roommating right now. So it's pretty cool. I got like I'm upstairs by myself. He was like, man, don't worry about nothing. You treat it like your place upstairs, man. I see what you're doing.
That's
And
what's up.
what's crazy is
Mhm.
Kyle, I thought he was just like a regular person at Crunch. He's the director of the site. So like
Yeah.
I plan on joining the gym and finishing my personal training certification through their program. So we was talking about that last night, but we sitting outside last night, and it really didn't hit me what really happened yesterday until we're sitting outside last night, and he brings out the TV to the back porch, plugs it in, pulls up YouTube, right? And this is somebody that I grew up with, right? That knows me from like our childhood. I
Yeah.
met him when I was 12 years old. He was 11. And man, I almost got emotional just thinking about it again. But he pulls up his YouTube app, and the first thing that pops up on his subscriptions is our videos.
Yeah.
And he's like, man, I be watching you like you some type of celebrity, bro. Like you and your brothers on that show, man, y'all really be holding it down, man. He was like, man, he said you motivated me. I was like, bro, how? Because this nice new townhome community, bro. I don't know if you ever heard of it, Stonebrook. It's brand new. I mean, nice. He's doing good, man, doing good for himself. And it just motivated me, to see where he is. And, I want to have my family secure like this. So he was just sitting there telling me how much I motivated him, because his dream is to get on the athletic training staff for the University of Alabama, and so he was he said, watch you from afar, man. He said, I just feel motivated to continue my education, to continue. Clinton Dix goes to his gym. Jamie Mosley goes to his gym. I mean, former staffers from Saban's staff, they still, because they assistants and stuff, on field assistants and stuff. They're not everybody's hired at new school, so they got time to work out and stuff. He said he's been making the right connections. So it's just awesome to see what God is doing in everybody's lives, man. And when you really got that grind in you, you got that dog in you, like we was talking about last night. It's hard to be matched, and it's hard to be stopped. Like you can't stop someone when they really put that in the air, when they focus on an agenda or a goal. It's hard to be stopped, man. So I love where we at. But yesterday, man, watching our cut from last night to like the recap, I just was so amazed, bro. Like I first of all, undefeated. Y'all see how quick Kyle grew in like a matter of hours. Y'all see how many inches he grew in a matter of hours. You know what I'm saying? But other than that, man, it was like an experience, just the way we was feeding off each other. My dad was saying that was like ESPN quality, the way we do things. And I can't wait, man, for everybody just continue to evolve. The whole team. T was holding it down, man. She was not being bullied at all with getting her position and her space, getting these cuts, y'all. Like T was like muscling people out the way. So it was a good little vibe yesterday. It was a good experience, man.
Absolutely, man. Well, have a good segment, man, and happy to have you on board. And it's job's not finished, so let's continue to have a good day. And no pressure because tomorrow, you're holding it down. So let's see how you can maintain the quality of the interviews and all that stuff right here on Bama Football on YouTube, man. So with that said, please support Coach Smook like you guys would support me and the rest of the undefeated. And I appreciate you guys being here. And away we go with Coach Smook.
Appreciate you, brother. Roll Tide. Man, y'all, yesterday, last night, today, this morning, everything is just full right now. If I sound drained, it's not that, man. My sinuses are acting up like crazy right now. I should have had a jacket on last night because it was warm outside, but it wasn't warm enough to not have any sleeves on. But I was moving around a lot yesterday, so I definitely had them short sleeves on. But yeah, y'all, what's good? What's good, everybody? How y'all feeling? How everybody feeling today? Man, y'all just don't know, man. This is probably the best network to be a part of right now. We got a lot going on, man. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man, pulling up today, hanging out with your boy, man. I can't wait to get into it. Look, every time I get on live, oh my God, oh man, my office hours from when? I'm like red on 5 heartbeat. My office hours are from when? You know what I'm saying? Hey, but y'all check out the space. Hold on, let me check out. Let me show y'all what's going on before we get into the college. Y'all see how clear this looks, man? Like y'all can't see what's going on because it's the green wall, right? The green wall, not a green screen, a green wall. That's a wall, y'all. That's my green wall, y'all. You know, I didn't go to sleep till about 3-4 o'clock in the morning. So I'm excited, man. It's an opportunity that I've been dreaming of. Y'all just don't know, man. It's y'all make this so much of an experience. I love y'all, man, for real. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Hey, I want to give a special shout out. Is Ebony Williams in here? Noah's mom? Is Ebony in here? I got to give a couple special shout outs before we get into it. Shout out to Uncle Jay for the $20 super chat. He said, roll tide for life to my undefeated family. Happy birthday, Lacey. May God bless you with many, many more blessings and years of happiness. Appreciate that, man. Let me see. Is Ebony in here yet? Smook, a.k.a. Schematics. What you mean? What you mean, Schematics? Smook, you were a little nervous today, be honest. Shane, Shane, would you be nervous being in front of the new era of Alabama football? And to be honest, I wasn't nervous. I was excited. Kyle and T, they was like, man, go for it. I tried to ask a question for Kane Womack, when Kane Womack was up there. Kyle was more focused on making sure the audio was straight, and so I was standing off to the side. This picture right here that's on my segment, I took that picture. But yeah, man, I wasn't nervous. I was anxious. Man, only time I was nervous was when I showed up and I walked in Malmore the first day during the presser. Let me tell y'all about an experience that happened yesterday, though, and I have to tell y'all. So if you don't follow my YouTube channel, you didn't hear this story, but yeah, man. As a matter of fact, let's do the shout outs, man. Appreciate y'all for hanging out. And then I'm gonna tell y'all a little story before we jump into our segments, man. Because it was a great experience yesterday. I'm gonna tell y'all something right now. I'm nobody, to me, I'm not anything special. I'm just real. And this network is real. Like, it's real, right? And I think a lot of people are gravitating, as far as the fan base, players and coaching staff are starting to gravitate to this form of content. And one thing about it is, man, you see a lot of like, I guess you could say B-list, C-list. And there's nothing wrong with that. I'm just basing it off the following, right? The traction that they carry. But you see a lot of B-list, C-list with A-list quality, right? Podcasts and shows that are they're changing everything up, right? They're starting to see something, right? And there's a particular name, a network that's the name is just circulating around and being talked about amongst other networks, right? And to be a part of that network that's being talked about, I'm grateful, man. I'm humbled. I'm appreciative. I won't take it for granted ever. Like, I'm excited. But let's get into it, y'all. Let me see. Let me find the first one. I'm gonna find the first one for real. The Coach Smook emotes, man. Y'all was showing crazy love yesterday for me and Kyle with the emotes. When I looked at the chat, man, it definitely heartwarming to see that, man. Let me see. Cynthia in the chat with the first. What's up, Coach Smook, man? Bino in the chat. Nicole in the chat. What's good, everybody? Run the thumbs up. Yes, sir. David McMillan in the chat. My guy Shane, man, he said I was nervous. Uncle Jay Kyle says thank you. Jordan, what's good, Jordan? How you feeling? How you feeling today? Appreciate you, man. Yeah, no housekeeping. No housekeeping, Moon Rocker. We done with housekeeping. I get to keep my own room. Oh, man, what's up, David? How you doing, man? Quaisha, everybody, man. Clinton, Howard, Nicole. Man, how y'all feeling today? Betsy, good to see you. Betsy, thank you. And thank you for your support, but really sending our thoughts and prayers your way for, losing your family, man. That's always tough. I just recently had an uncle pass away, 2 weeks ago. Regardless if you're close or not, man, it's never easy losing someone, whether it's a good loss or a bad loss. Some people, it's just hard losing somebody. I still struggle around my birthday, man. My grandmother passed away May 16th, 2006. And my birthday is May 19th. And my grandmother was like the closest thing she was the closest thing to my heart, man. My mom and my grandmother, on my dad's side. And when she passed in May of 2006, man, I went through like a stage of rebelliousness from like age 16 to like 22, just rebellious, man. And it really affected me, and I didn't know how to express it. And it took all the way until probably like I was 28 to really like get over that. So definitely grieve, go through the process, and try to hone in on the positive things when it comes to remembering those people. But definitely our prayers are up for you, Betsy. Appreciate your support, though. We definitely do. And I hope you and your family make it through this and, continue to live life, enjoy life, because I'm pretty sure that's what your lost loved one would want you to do. Rich, what's good, man? Undefeated in the chat. Marquita. Y'all, let me know if my energy too low, man, because I ain't gonna lie. Yesterday, I was drained, man. Like, Wade, what's good, man? Wade, what's good, man? Yeah, Jim Parker, I think that's what makes you anxious. I think nervousness and excitement makes like that's like the concoction for anxiety, being anxious. But yeah, what's up, Dexter? How you feeling? I'm real special. How I'm special, man? Hey, Glenn, what you say? Look, I need the screenshot alert. Hold on, I like that one. Let me screenshot alert that. I might have to tweet that. I might have to tweet that, yo. Yeah, we're gonna tweet that, man. Hold on, y'all. Let me tweet this, cause Glenn, you said it better than I could, man. Well, you said it like I wanted to, but I can't. I like this, man. I like y'all energy behind supporting the team, though, supporting the channel. That's one thing I do like, because it is reassuring and very heartwarming to know that y'all really support what we're doing, man. Let me get the link here. And y'all, if you haven't already, please drop a like on the channel. Drop a like on the live. I know yesterday you all were tuning into the premiere, and I think we had like 700 people in the premiere at one point. I think we had like 700. So y'all are doing the work as far as, liking the content, sharing it. Like, people are really gravitating to what we're doing here. I'm like I said, I'm excited to be a part of it. I just want to, let me make sure I do this the right way. There we go. Yes, sir. All right, I just tweeted it. Glenn, I just tweeted it. You're gonna be famous. Hey, so let me tell y'all about what happened yesterday. Y'all want a quick story before we get into the topics? And I promise you it's gonna be quick. Well, actually, you know what? We got a little bit of time today because I don't have to go on campus and do anything. But I do got a lot of editing to do and a lot of shorts and content to post from yesterday. So yeah, I will be working hard again today, as I plan to do every day. But yeah, so quick story time, y'all. My moment of yesterday. High powered TV. Appreciate you for the $9.99 super chat, man. The super sticker. Appreciate that love, man. Listen. So if y'all were on my channel, y'all heard it. I'm gonna tell the short version of this story. So yesterday, if you watch my Keon Keeley video, the short that I uploaded yesterday for Bama football on YouTube, it was like maybe a 20-second, 25-second video voiceover with the clip of Jamie Mosley and coaching Keon Keeley up, right? And announcing that he has officially been moved to the defensive line. A lot of people like he's been playing edge. Well, in this defensive scheme, you have edges and then you have defensive ends. He's a defensive end now, right? Not an outside linebacker. So, and I think that's like generally that's what you think. But besides the point, so I'm doing the recording, right? And I have the microphone, like this is the little mic that we use, right? I'm using the little mic, right? And I got my phone in my hand like this in the hallway, right? And I'm just looking at the video and I'm talking in the mic. And I'm saying like I forget what the last line was. I was like, I just can't wait to see him. And if y'all hear me speed up at the end of the video, like I was like rushed through my words, y'all wouldn't guess who walked up on me while I'm in the hallway doing this video. And if y'all know me, if y'all know like if y'all been paying attention to like who I've been saying is like my favorite coach on this new staff, y'all will know why I got excited. And if you know me, you'll know what position groups position groups gets me excited, right? What's my favorite position? The wide receiver. Who's the wide receiver coach at the University of Alabama? Coach Jamarcus Shepard, man. Shout out to Coach Jamarcus Shepard. And I mean, guys, that was a surreal moment for me because I remember 2 months ago when he got, well, not 2 months ago, but when was it? When did they get hired? So it's been about a month now, right? About a little bit over a month and a half that the staff has been on. No, it's been about 2 months now. We're going on 2 months, January. So when Jamarcus Shepard got hired, I was probably one of the first ones to kind of like going at him on Twitter, right? He first he liked the tweet, retweeted it, and then he followed me back. So I got excited. I was sharing the news with everybody. It was lit, So he walked in the hallway and like at the end of my recording, and he was like, I was like, oh, my bad. I'm trying to move out of the way. He's no, you good, young man. He was like, I heard you. And what's your name? What's your name? I was like, my name is and I'm gonna tell y'all know my government. My name is Senator Hines, but you're gonna know me as Coach Smook. And I don't say that to come off as like this cocky person, but I am confident that what we have been placed here to do is not just for the small 100,000 that we've already been able to reach. This content is going to continue to grow, y'all. I can't wait for this channel to get to 1 million. That's a goal. We want to get that plaque. So I said, you're going to know me as Coach Smook. And he was like, I knew that was you. Yeah, no, look, this is my Jamarcus Shepard voice. I knew that was you. I just knew that was you. Man, how you doing, brother? I was like, I'm good, sir. I'm good. He was like, man, ain't no sir. It's Coach Shep, Jamarcus, whatever, Coach J. I'm like, man. And I was like, you know what, sir? He's like, man, look, I just, I be seeing you tag me in all those wide receivers films and all this stuff. I said, oh yeah, I know you're getting tired of me tagging you, man. He was like, oh no. You just, with social media, you gotta be kind of, you gotta be, you know. And he gave me like, like the brother look like, brother, So I was like, yeah, I was like, I understand. I was like, sir, I'm not trying to be a fan right now. But I said, I know I'm a media and all that stuff, but sir, I am a fan. I really admire your approach to what you do and your lifestyle, the life that you lead on, the life that you portray when it comes to your faith. I said, I really respect and admire that. I said, if you was to jump into our chat one day and I start talking about you, the fans will probably start joking on me because they know I'm a fan. They know, you get what I'm saying? They'll probably make little jokes, but we definitely at Bama Football, and I gave y'all a shout out. I said at Bama Football on YouTube, we respect, the chat. We love your energy you bring. I mean, we just appreciate you. He's like, you know what? he looked at me. He said, "You know what, man? I love what you do, man. You post those scriptures and those devotionals." He said, "That's what really made me want to follow you, because that was the first thing I seen after you tagged me. But man, I know you gotta go." But he said, he was like, "Listen, man, anything you need. I said, "Okay, yes, sir." And we shook hands. Some other things were exchanged, man. But that was a great experience for me, man. And I'm loving the experience. And then on the way out, myself, Kyle, and T, we're walking past Coach Womack, right? And he was like, I was like, "Thanks for the interview today. Great interview." He was like, "Hey, no, you guys are awesome, man." He was like, "I love y'all guys' energy, right?" He was like, "You guys are cool." And he was like, "What's your name?" He shook Kyle's hand. He's like, "Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. This is Taylor. She runs the show. She's our producer." And he got ready to say my name. I was like, "I'm Coach Smook, Senator Hines, but you know me as Coach Smook." He was like, "Yeah, man." He was like, I said, "Yeah, I know." I said, "I already heard, I'm gonna stop tagging y'all in these athletes, these prospects, highlights and stuff. I'm gonna stop." He's like, "Oh no, keep it coming. We're paying attention." And it felt good, and he might have just been saying that out of just just passing, being courteous or whatever. But I'm gonna keep doing it, because if he said they're gonna keep looking, that's what I want for this channel. I want us to have that exposure. So you got cats like Tristan Lyles, who still hasn't been contacted directly by this staff. Imagine if we get Tristan Lyles on this campus, man. Imagine if we can get an offer to Tristan Lyles, the defensive end out of Central Phoenix City, along with the likes of Aiden Kane and all those other young men that we've been looking at. I mean, there's a lot of talent, man, that's out here. And we do these segments not just for exposure for us, but exposure for those kids. So to hear him even allude to that was a blessing. Also, Jamie Mosley, a lot of energy. Saw Kool-Aid yesterday. You know what? I thought he was gonna get me in trouble because he walked past us, while we're standing off to the side. And I've had previous run-ins with Kool-Aid when it came to basketball when he was a little bit younger. So he came by and I kind of gave him one of these, and we dapped up real quick. So that was cool. Saw Daryl Johnson on the field yesterday, recruit on the sideline. Dude is huge. Y'all saw Brody Smoot tag me in that picture. I don't know who took that picture, but it had to be like somebody that's not media. It had to be like somebody of his family, because we were clearly told we shouldn't be posting pictures of the recruits. So but Darrell Johnson, outside linebacker edge from East Georgia, class of 25. The kid is about to be like, as a matter of fact, I think Duke is he 26 or 25? I think Duke might be 25. I gotta double check. I be talking to so many recruits, man. But yeah, man, that was like the gist of yesterday, some of the highlights. And I'm asking y'all to keep supporting the team, man. Keep supporting the team. I was looking forward to having Sean get on and kind of do some reactions last night, but we were just trying to get this content to y'all. And the thing is, a lot of people are going to be racing us to get the content out. And you might see good clips. I mean, you might see content on other folks' channels, but is it going to be quality? And that's what we're bent on, getting efficient with producing quality content. So excited to continue to bring that to y'all. If y'all didn't hear that, my second win just kicked in. Let me take a sip of this cran juice. Good. Let's get to it, y'all. Let's jump into it. The Smook Scoop for today, man. Appreciate y'all for hanging out. Yeah, Duke is 25. Yeah. Just got a class and hopped on, fam. Brody Smook, man. Hey, y'all get used to seeing this young man's name. This is my little brother. And it's Smoot with a T. Yeah, somebody asked yesterday. As a matter of fact, I talked with his boss yesterday. And Brody, you can let him know if I'm capping or not. You able to confirm. Ryan Fowler, the Ryan Fowler. And it's crazy. All of these guys are just like not acquaintances, but like peers for Kyle. I'm coming on as a like transitioning fan of a lot of these people. Tony Sakalis, Ryan Fowler, Clint Lamb, Brett Greenwood, who else? Kenny Smith, Kensington of the Athletic. I mean, I used to be in TDA's chat 4 years ago talking trash to the Fairweather fans and TDA, and me and Steve and Kenny in the weight room yesterday, waiting to get put on the field, the practice field for media. We talking about all these takes and all this different stuff, man. I mean, it was just so I'm like Ryan Fowler's talking to me, and he brings I brought up Brody being a good friend of mine, and he had nothing but high words for Brody. Brody, appreciate you for pulling up, man. Brody's over there at 100.9, the Tide Network, man. That cover the Crimson Tide. I love what they do over there, man. Yeah, Caleb Cunningham, he was on campus yesterday. I didn't get to see him though. I was just reporting who I saw, man. But he did confirm it yesterday when we reached out. So yeah, man. The big Smook. Hey, we hey, something cooking. Don't get us started. But yeah, Moon Rocket, yeah. You remember them days? Because I used to have my government name, remember? I had my government name when I was in that chat. So yeah, I was Senator calling in from Phoenix City, Alabama. Y'all remember Stephen A? What's on your mind today? But yeah, topic number one, y'all. We are back. That's a question I'm asking. We are back. Like, have we really left? Did we ever leave? The question. That's what I'm asking. Did excuse me? I got hiccups. Let me see. Let me pull the chat up. I'm gonna do some polls for y'all today. So have we ever left? Did we ever lose our validity as a top program in the country? Have we been pushed back to the lower ranks, right? Realistically, not based off of what the outside media or the doubters are saying. We're talking about realistically. If you look at our everything on paper and what we have quality wise, how players are graded now, how coaches are being sought after, did we really lose a step? Did Alabama lose a step? I put a poll in the chat for y'all to react to, and I want to see some of y'all reactions. I want to see y'all reactions. We got 26 votes right now. Come on, I want to see y'all reactions. Come on, run it up. We want 50. Let me know, and then start telling me. Start telling me what you feel. Start telling me what you feel in the chat. I'll start highlighting some of these. Here we go. Yeah, man. Juju, I don't even care to talk to bro today. Moon Rocker, what's good? Bama been in the headlines the whole way through. We ain't really left. Facts, man. I mean, and that's usually a telltale sign of like who's really a threat. You know, media, the media, they only go for gimmicks for so long, right? You only go for a gimmick for so long. So Michigan, gimmick, right? Georgia, gimmick. You know, they had 2 years. They were supposed to be three-peat, this year. They had to make up for it. They were supposed to be a three-peat this year, But who everybody was talking about? Who kept that from happening? Alabama. So yeah, man. What up, big Bama brand? How you feeling, fam? How you feeling? Nah, we ain't left. He said, hell no, we ain't never left. I feel you, bro. The championship ring runs through Bama. Yeah. I mean, the title still runs through T-Town, right? I mean, until otherwise proven, like even this year, Michigan still had to beat us to get to the national championship and win it, right? And it went to overtime. That's the funny part about it. Ways where I say, hell no. Yeah, man, point blank. Hell no. Glenn T, my boy, hey, Glenn. Glenn might need to be on the Pitbull squad for me, man. I like his energy. 18, Bama's still the standard in college football. Hey, listen, Eddie, I don't know if you meant to say that to me, but I don't appreciate your disrespect. I'm just playing, man. I know what you meant. I know what you meant, man. Hey, that spell, that automatic word stuff be mess you up. We should at least be at 250 likes, chat. Hit the thumbs up. That's what Cinco's saying. Brian Russell, if it took you more than half a second to answer that poll question, you definitely casual fair weather. Hey, I'm glad you said it. I'm glad I ain't have to say it. Hey, you got somebody that said, yeah. Who the troll? It got to be Coin God. Somebody said yes. We got 59 votes. One more vote, and then I'm closing the poll. You had one person. It looked like one person said yes. That's crazy. Who's the one? State yourself. Make yourself known so we can talk to you. I'm gonna put this up. Screenshot alert. Y'all heard it. Yeah, I like this. Here we go. Boom. So y'all can see the results. 96 say no, we have not lost a step. 3%. One person says yes. We must have some trolls in here that make up that two. Man, look, you know they always here. You got trolls and you got fair weather fans. You got people that think they know what they talking about, that don't know nothing, and then you got people that actually know what they talking about. You got a good balance of each, right? That's why we thrive over here. We got a good balance of each, right? We look good this year. Length, facts, Betsy. Let me tell y'all. So, like I said, I don't think we never left. I agree with the chat. So there's no need to go in depth about that. I mean, it's only one way to find out, right? Let's see it on the field. We're going to see if Bama really left or if Bama taking a step back. And I talked with a few of those media personalities yesterday, a lot of media personnel, and a lot of people after seeing some action, seeing guys in action, the likes of Kendrick Law, Caleb Odom, those guys look explosive. Kobe Prentice, Emmanuel Henderson. I didn't know he was that fast, man. I didn't know Emmanuel Henderson was that fast. Like, because on his highlight film, he don't look that fast, right? And we haven't been able to see him get loose, cut loose yet this year. I mean, since he's been at Bama. But he looks fast. Him, Jam Miller, Jalen Mbakwe. Like, when you look on the field, Justin Jefferson, when you watching the field, like, it's certain parts of the game, of the field practice, that you catch little things here and there. And you look, and Justin Jefferson, I wonder if he's really 225. He looked bigger. He looked like he about 235, 240, right? But he still has length, right? And he's still fast. You know, he was doing a drill. They was doing this little angle of pursuit drill. And I mean, he was outrunning his partner, you know. And so he ended up going with a DB, you know, to match the speed. And that's another thing, intensity across the board, you know. So that segues into subject number 2, raising the standard. Some people might, and I heard Ty say made a solid statement earlier about, you know, how this defense may be better under Kane Womack than it was under Coach Saban. And that's a fair assessment, reason being, and I have a clip. I wonder if I could play it. I don't know if y'all will be able to hear it, but let me see. I want y'all to hear what Tim Keenan said, because my phone had died. Uh-oh. Oh, yeah. Hold on, y'all. Let me check on something. I just got a flyer. Got a flyer. Special announcement. Hold on. Special announcement. I don't mean to stop like this. Y'all know it's something good when I do stuff like this, right? All right, so check this out. Special announcement. Don't forget, I think I shared this a few weeks ago. If you in Tuscaloosa, you around the area, come through for the Alabama football autograph session, right? You get to come through here, get some autographs from the players, man. This Saturday, that's this Saturday, March 9th, right? Yeah, this Saturday, 10 to 11 a.m. Y'all see they got Ryan Williams coming there. They got Kevin Riley, Q-Rob, William Sanders. I can't wait to meet Kevin Riley. Jeremiah Alexander, Daniel Hill, and Williams will sign prior to the men's basketball game in Coleman. Y'all know I plan on going to that game anyway. So, yeah, I will be there getting autographs from those young men. Yeah, we're going to do that. We're going to do that definitely. I'm going to go y'all think I should get the visor signed? Should I make that a thing, like get this visor signed? You get what I'm saying? Should I make that thing, chat? Let me know in the chat, yes or no. Yeah. Oh, man. Look. We all know, man. We know who it was, man. Patriot Life, what's good, man? $10 super chat. He said, shout out Coach Smook. Awesome coverage yesterday. You and Kyle brought it. Have a good Thursday, brother. Keep rocking undefeated. Hey, facts, bro. Appreciate that $10 of super chat money. We appreciate you. Appreciate you, Patriot Life. You the rock star, man. I'm telling you, bro. I really appreciate you. Yeah, man. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that. As a matter of fact, what I'll do is check this out. So I'm washing clothes today. I will wash this visor, right? I'm gonna wash this visor, and what I'm gonna do is we're gonna do a giveaway. I'm gonna get an autograph. I'm gonna get this autograph by all those players, right? I'm gonna go get an autograph, and I'm gonna have something else for me to keep, with my autographs. But I'm gonna get this autograph, and we're gonna do a giveaway. I'm gonna get this away. I'm gonna wash this visor. I'm gonna give it away. I'm not gonna sign it. I'm gonna let them sign it, and then I'm gonna just give it away. We're gonna do a giveaway. How about that? Y'all like that, chat? Give me some Coach Smook emojis if y'all like that. We'll do that. We'll do that for the autograph, for the signing. I'm gonna try to get up there. I ain't gonna try to. I am gonna get up there because I'm gonna make contact with some of the staff. I got some good friends that work on the staff there. Yeah, y'all feeling that? Y'all feeling that? I like that. I like that idea, don't y'all? Yeah, I like that. And what I'll do is I'll probably come on and we'll probably do a trivia question, right? Do a trivia question and get everybody, a chance to win it fair and square. Or I'm gonna do a random draw. Nah, I'm gonna watch this one, bro. I'm gonna watch this one. This is the one that put me on, bro. I just bought this one from Walmart like a week ago. I'm not about to buy a new one. I bought this when I got to T-Town. This is like my third time wearing it. If you don't want to, give it to somebody else that want it, Bama boy. Tell them. How you gonna be picky about a gift? Well, you better do some push-ups. Yeah, look, you tripping. You better do some push-ups. That's why I used to tell my soldiers, you better do some push-ups. Well, stop playing. Right, Dexter, tripping. Hell no, I ain't buying. Y'all buy a new one. Y'all buy a new one and send it to me. I'll get it signed for y'all. I'm gonna get this one signed though, and I'm gonna give it away. I think somebody really appreciate that. There's some supporters out here, man. You know what's crazy, Dex? You laughing, but Buddy asked for my dog on the pom poms I had at the game. When dudes subscribe to us, he's like, hey man, I was like, oh man, it's like, man, I'm keeping these. Coach Smook gave these to me, like Bama football, like. We got fans out there. Like Bama football has fans. Coach Sean got to follow y'all. I'm gonna tell y'all how I know. So we were sitting outside, and like you can like tell who students are and like who like grad students are, post grad, and they was talking about we were talking about Bama football on YouTube. And it wasn't yesterday. It was the day before yesterday. We were sitting out there talking about it, and one of the young men, they were getting ready to get on the little motorbikes, and they was like, man, because the truth is in the details. I said, man, y'all better not be stealing my boy stuff out here, man. He was like, man, everybody be saying it now. Everybody, I was like, that's what's up, man. And it's like a good nucleus of those students that understand, that know who we are. So it's good, man, getting that exposure. And then y'all seen me acting up in the restaurant yesterday. That's who I am anyways. But raising the standard, Kane Womack. Woo. Kane Womack is raising the standard on that defense, y'all. Tim Smith made an announcement, made a statement yesterday, right? And I went over to him because he didn't have a lot of people around him, like later into the interview process. It was like when he first came out, there was like 6 or 7, and then it was like only him and 2 other people. So I had been wanting to talk to everybody. So I worked my way down. I had Malachi, I had Deontay first, then I had Tim Keenan second, then I had Malachi. Then Q-Rob, then Tim Smith was last. Tim Smith said, I asked him basically, I was saying, what's a goal? What was one of your goals coming back this extra year? Because a lot of people expected you to go to the league and be a solid draft pick. And he was like, well, he said, playing the game is more than making the league. Like I got a goal that I want to reach, and that's to be the best defensive tackle in my class. And he said I didn't reach that last year. So that's part of the reason why. But I owe it to this team and this organization for putting me on and giving me an opportunity to be at this level and work hard at what I do. And he alluded to the fact he was ready to be a leader, and he was trying to be the best defensive tackle in this class, right? In this draft class, because he will be going to the draft next year. He will be eligible once again. And to me, he just was echoing the sentiments of what Kane Womack was saying, and Freddie Roach and Colin Hitchler, Mo Linquist. I mean, they were all echoing the same message that everybody's here to not just to maintain, but to get better. And when you look at how this defense is being schemed up, where guys are being placed to play on the field, right? You got to expect, the energy to be up, right? Because that's what you need in order for this defense to be effective. First, your energy, but effort is a big thing. And I want y'all to look at those clips again, man. A lot of these clips that we had up yesterday. Let me see. Because Kai airdropped some stuff yesterday. Where is it at? Okay, we didn't get Tim. But we got Malachi over here. I got a few of them. I got Malachi. I got Q-Rob. I got a few seconds of Q-Rob. Here we go. This is the one I need to pull up. All right, here we go. I'm going to run this B-roll in the back, y'all, so we can have something different on the screen. Y'all, I'm learning this thing, y'all. It's pretty cool. I'm picking this stuff up real quick. Just make sure we ain't got no audio. There we go. Yeah, so it was good talking to a lot of those guys yesterday, man. Just seeing those guys do what they do. Tim was very adamant about being the best, though. But the standard is definitely being raised at the university. You see intensity all over the field. Like looking at the D-line, the only time you're going to see, like in that clip, the only time you're going to see somebody really standing around is during like an instructional period. So when somebody's getting coached up, you're going to see like everybody paying attention. And one thing that I heard from Coach Christian Robinson, he was way on the other side. They were moving back and forth, edge rushers, linebackers, DNs, defensive tackles. Everybody was like moving back and forth between the pads and the sleds, right? So I said, I looked at Coach Christian Robinson, and I was like, man, I thought he was a player. Like he still looks like he can go out there and play. But when he was giving instructions, he looked at the linebacker group, right? And he said, I need everybody's eyes. Like he and you see everybody's head snap to him, right? So that intensity of wanting to stay focused and pay attention to details, that's being echoed across. So I love the energy and I love the motive and the message that's being pushed out by the staff, and it's being reciprocated and received by the players. So, I love it. I love it, man. Yeah, Dexter Tim Keenan, it was a great interview with him too, man. I know y'all seen that part. And somebody said I was from Touchdown, Alabama. I said I told him I had just touched down in Alabama, because if y'all know, I had the mic moving around so you could hear like the audio going in. I said I just touched down in Alabama. I know, and I told him his aunt, but Sharita talking about she ain't his aunt. I mean, afterwards when we talked, he was like, "Yeah, I know her, call her auntie." So don't we let nobody take your title from you, to Auntie Rita. Auntie Rita on Twitter, y'all. He did acknowledge her. It was cool, man, talking to that young man. He was like, God placed him in that position. God put him there for a reason. He's learning to let God lead him, and so that he can lead these young men. He's being looked to as a leader. His energy coming into the season, like he's talking about setting the bar higher, playing next to guys like Tim Keenan and Jaheim Otis keeps him going hard. And if y'all hear what Tim Keenan said, I told y'all Tim Keenan said. Not Tim Keenan, Tim Smith. He said he wants to be the best defensive tackle in this draft. A lot of guys got moved from end to tackle, right? And a lot of guys got moved from edge. A few guys got moved from edge to defensive end. One being the Mr. Keon Keeley. And it's crazy. It's crazy because when we said this a couple weeks ago, there were people in the chat that were saying that he gonna stay on the edge. Well, if you look at how this defense is schemed up, and Kane Womack said it in his interview yesterday, it's personnel that changes what you call it, right? It's personnel and alignment, right? So Keon Keeley in this defense, he'll be like the defensive end for the 3-4 look, right? He'll be an end for the 3-4 look when we throw it out there, right? So he'll be playing like a bandit, not necessarily bandit, but because it's a big edge. So I mean, and I think bandit, you can say the Bandit is the big edge. When you look at even the base set of the 4-2-5 that we'll be running, your Bandit is going to be your bigger edge rusher, your bigger guy that can probably play defensive end. And I like the setup, man. I like how it's set up because if you go base set, that might be light. If you go cover set, I mean, you go heavy, you might go big with Keely and the likes of possibly a Jeremiah Alexander on the edge or a Jeremiah Beeman on the edge, right? I didn't mean say Alexander, I meant to say Beeman. But the likes of Beeman or Yanzi Pierre, right? Yanzi Pierre is put on some weight. Another thing, man, position confirmations. Drake Kirkpatrick definitely lined up at all safety positions yesterday during his drills when they were doing the reaction drills on air, right? He was at safety, so it was good to see that. You know, I that was one thing that I was speculating heavy. Red Morgan, strong safety, right? Down there at the Husky. Who else did I see? Brayson Hubbard, Rover, right behind Malachi Moore, Keon Sabb. I had to make this point, y'all, and you don't just come here for that, but Keon Sabb is at free safety. Yeah, so yeah, catch up, man. Hey, look, man. Oh man, buying Walmart hats. What's wrong with Walmart hats, Carl? What's wrong with Walmart hats? You wouldn't have known it was a Walmart hat till I told you. Oh man, you funny, bro. You funny. Keep calm. Look, you're not even a real supporter, man. But I appreciate you for pulling up. One side is like DN, and the other side, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Oh, the Bandit. The Bandit is going to be like your DN linebacker, right? He's going to be the edge, the big edge, though. And I think that's a better fit for Keely. He doesn't have that 4.5 speed, that 4.4 speed, like a lot of the edges on in that room. You got some guys in the room that's running like sub 4.5s, top end 4.4s. So 4.49, 4.48s. Like, Dallas Turner ain't the only one running like that, So it's something to be seen, a sight to be looked at when you got guys like Keon Keeley, Yanzi Pierre, Keanu Cote. Keanu Cote is definitely a leader in that room. I think based off of what I was looking at yesterday, and how guys were kind of like falling in line, Keanu Cote was always first up on the opposite of Q-Rob. So that was like a good like sight to see, knowing that that's there. And then also a drill that you all seen. They had the linebackers and the safeties running a drill together. It was kind of like an angle pursuit drill, right? And it was like you could see the effort, you could see the relentless effort that everybody's the intensity everybody's practicing with. There's a certain level of focus that's being pushed out too, man. I'm telling y'all, this team is different. It's different. And when I look at how Coach Saban used to run practice, it's similar structured, right? How they're moving around, but there's a lot of high energy. So they are raising the standard. Kane Womack is raising the standard. Tim Keenan highlighted something about the scheme and the play calling, right? He was saying how this defense is going to be different because they get to do something that they love doing, and that's go after the quarterback. He said it's one thing to kind of like hold up people and gap contain, but he said we're going to have opportunities to get after the quarterback. Tim Smith feels like this is going to be his best year because of the solid defensive play calling that's supposed to be thrown out there, right? Q-Rob, somebody asked Q-Rob, what's the difference in playing in this scheme this year, or what is he noticing that's different from last year? And Q-Rob made it plain as day, like we've been saying. Football is football at the end of the day, right? Football is football. If you play football, if you play a position, you play the position no matter what the makeup of it is or whatever the scheme is. If you're a baller, you're going to ball no matter the scheme. So you go and you look at where Q-Rob is playing at, and he even was talking about the type of pressures that we're going to be able to work because of the play calling style. This is more fit to a lot of the athletes that we have on the roster. So a lot of things that we've been speculating here on Bama Football on YouTube were definitely confirmed through the coach and player interviews yesterday. And it just felt good, to know that we're not just talking crazy over here. We really try to do some good insight and try to analyze things from an unbiased standpoint. Another thing, raising for the position change confirmations. I did see, who was it in the secondary that everybody was talking about? Zay Mincy. Zay Mincy and Xavier Brown put on like 15 pounds since they've been there, at least. But I did see both at corner boundary. I know we were speculating that they might go to that he might slide to safety. Still early, you never know. But they were lined up at corner. The boundary corners worked together, separate from the safeties, right? So that was cool to see. Jalen Mbakwe, I mean, solidified as a boundary corner, right? Fast. He done put on about at least 20 pounds of mass, man. Jalen Mbakwe looked huge, man. As a matter of fact, let me get the B-roll back up, because I know we got some of when Mbakwe was out there. Jalen Mbakwe looks, I mean, Jack, y'all remember how Tony Brown came on campus, like just ripped that first, and then like that same fall, that spring, then you go to the fall. I mean, he can't, like Jack, right? Right, yeah, man. So it's crazy, bro. It's like you see what they doing. You see what they putting in the work. This nutrition, health and nutrition staff, man, they are on point right now. They are on point. Peyton Woodger came in at like 190, 195. He's 205. Talked with Pops yesterday, Coach G, Peyton father. Talked with him last night, and he was like, yeah, man, Peyton confirmed yesterday 205, you know. And I was like, I could see it. I could see it. Keon Sabb's been here only a few weeks, man, and he was raving about, you know, the nutrition and everything. So, I mean, we doing something different. Chris Williams, he said, we've been doing a work up, getting ready to go. I hadn't been able to use my phone. Okay. Appreciate you, Chris. I'm already. Ryan Williams and a few others signing autographs on Saturday at Coleman. Yeah, Joy, we already said that, man. You wasn't in here. I had a graphic up for y'all. Look. There you go, Joy. Check this out. You know we did. You know we on top of it, bro. When they start practicing for A-Day, they are practicing for A-Day now, brother. They are practicing for A-Day now. They are in spring camp practicing for A-Day right now. They have practices. They got 3 practices this week, and then they going on spring break next week. And then that following week, they'll be back. They'll go through the rest of their practices. They'll have 12 more practices. Yo, this is the shot right here, y'all. Let me rewind it. I want y'all to see the size of these guys coming through here. And here goes Coach Chapman with them. Y'all see it. Look at these boys, Danny and they are so. Hey, the tight ends are serious, man. The tight ends are serious. They got this energy about them, and it's funny to see. Look at 92, man. That's Ja Latham. You see how tall he was? Did you see how tall he was? That's Coach Chapman just walked by. Ja Latham is huge, man. He, Curtis Perry. Curtis Perry looked like he got lean. Doesn't look small, just looks lean. You know what I'm saying? A big lean dude. Hey, I want y'all to look out for this number 38 kid. I want y'all to look out for him. He looked real impressive going through drills yesterday. And then when they started, when, you know, we couldn't film it, but I observed him in a few of the one-on-one situations, right? And that kid is I don't know, man. I don't know who he is. We might have another Levi Wallace walk-on situation working up right now. Like he's legit. And he's a junior too. I don't know if he I know he's not scholarship, but that kid was, I mean, doing some nice things. You see 15 and 16 out there. I think 15 is Xavier Brown and 16 is who is 16? I forget who 16 is, y'all. Somebody look up the roster for me. I forget who 16 was. But yeah, the DBs look nice yesterday, man. Y'all got any questions, man? What's let me see. I seen something earlier. Let me see. Facts, bro. I could be wrong, but I feel like Justice Haynes is about to go the F off this season. Showed flashes of what he's capable of last season, but this kid is going to be an absolute stud. And you know what's crazy? I agree 100%, JT. But you know what's crazy? There is Jam Miller might be just as explosive and just as like efficient in the run game, but Jam Miller might have a faster top end speed. Like he gets out of his cuts and gets up to top speed in like 6 steps, man, 5 steps. And it's funny to see. This is the drill I was talking about, y'all. This is the drill I want y'all to look at. This is pretty cool. You see some of the linebackers getting their work. These are walk-ons and things of that nature. Look at 11, man. Check them out. That 40 look good on boy too. I was watching this kid right here, man. Justin Jefferson. Justin Jefferson is like different, bro. Justin Jefferson is different. And it ain't just this video. Y'all don't get to see what I'm talking about. We don't have any videos of what I'm talking about. But there was this drill they were doing where the inside linebackers was lining up. And the coach, it was drop back drills, depth drills, right? And you can see the different in athleticism between Jihad Campbell, Deontay Lawson, Jeremiah Alexander, and then Justin Jefferson. It's like those three look like linebackers, right? Like they're supposed to be playing linebacker. But Justin Jefferson looked like he could play strong safety. He could play edge. He could play inside linebacker. He looked like he could play free safety. Like the way he moves, he's that much of a talent, right? He's that flexible. I think we're going to see some special things for him this year. Oh yeah, look, DR334, I don't be standing them. I don't even give him no more attention, man. SEC still got the boss players. James Smith. You know what? I didn't get to see many clips of him, but there was a lot of people talking about him yesterday. A few of the outlets that were on the other side with the D line, watching those guys. Y'all see Mbakwe, but James Smith. All I heard was positive about him. You know, somebody that I didn't hear much about, and what I did hear wasn't too. It wasn't a relief. You know, I hope it's just early transition flaws and things of that nature. But we haven't heard much about Red Morgan, number 16. Yeah. But we haven't heard much of any talk about LT Overton, right? A lot of people are trying to figure out where's he at on his roster as far as his in the depth chart, right? Hold on, y'all. I gotta look something up real quick. Yeah, a lot of people were talking about, you know, and I didn't see him rep anything, so I didn't speak on it. But you know, people saying he's kind of like sluggish, and you know, I don't want to call the young man lazy, but that was the word thrown out yesterday, and I don't see that on film. So I'm curious to see what's going on there, and hopefully Friday, when we get a look at the players, well, we don't get to go watch them in practice. We just get to do post practice interviews. So I think I'm gonna ask about LT Overton and his transition to the Bama football team, because it was weird to hear that, seeing that he was like a priority guy to keep on the team. You know, they were real huge on him when he came and signed with Bama. So it's kind of weird to hear that thrown out. And mind you, this is just an opinion from an outlet person that covers the team. So I don't know. Maybe it's just the transition phase of things. But coming out of high school, he was definitely highly touted. LT Overton was definitely highly touted. Yesterday on the defensive side, ball alignment, 4-2-5 may just be a team-based name, but Kool-Aid and I talked yesterday that the style is more of 4-3. That Bama play Georgia. Appreciate the $10 super chat, Lynn. Jefferson from Memphis. Okay. 38 is Elijah May. Yeah. Be on the lookout for that young man. I'm telling you, he was doing some smooth, everything was smooth about him. His drop back, his looks, everything. Look at 15. Yeah, man. Them young guys, they look like they confident out there. All right, so this is another thing I was noticing yesterday. We're looking at B-roll. I want y'all to watch Jalen Milroe's throwing motion. That wide throwing motion that he been had, right? That I said didn't change. So talking with the quarterbacks coach yesterday, Nick Sheridan, right? Listening to him talk about Jalen Milroe. He did not say anything about Milroe's throwing motion. He talked about his foot mechanics, how everybody, and I highlighted it. That's why I used it in that spot yesterday, that clip we made yesterday, the post practice reaction. I highlighted it. I talked about the mechanics. I literally said this before that video, but the one thing I do see about all the quarterbacks in this room right now, the mechanics from the bottom up, the base up, are like similar, like eerily similar from everybody. It's like everybody's taking on the same tutelage. Look at how he keeps that left elbow tight when he's released. See, Milroe, you see he's still getting adjusted to adjusting that follow through, right? But he's still not keeping that lead elbow tight enough for me. You know what I'm saying? And maybe it's just, that's just where he's comfortable at. But as the season progresses, I guarantee you, you're going to start seeing that elbow get a little bit tired, and he's still keeping that finger on the tip of the ball. So it's different. It's different. And that's a technique that some quarterbacks have to use. It's like using your pointer finger, like in basketball, your follow through. The pointer finger is kind of like used for your follow through, kind of like an aiming point, which follow through elbow. All of those small mechanics work together to the release point. He's definitely releasing over the top, of the throw. It's not selling. And we did get to see a few like deep bombs yesterday. We saw a few good deep passes yesterday. So Ty Simpson looked great. Austin Mack's passes, his ball looks great. And for everybody that's like really thinking Austin Mack is going to start, if you watch these clips here, watch his footwork. This is the reason why Coach Kalen DeBoer is excited about him, because he has a lot of work to do. He has a lot of upside, but there's still some small things at this level. As good as he is, if he shores up these small things before he's thrown out into the fire, he's going to be like a round one, early round one talent when he goes to the league. That's literally the type of talent we have. Ty Simpson, he's your quarterback, right? He's the quarterback you want. You look at him, you think about putting a quarterback in any scheme, Ty Simpson could fit just about any mold. You know what I'm saying? Working back shoulders. I like this. Yeah, man. These reps, man. And then it was a clip of Caleb Odom I saw yesterday, man. He looked and I'm telling you, I said it. I didn't say this, but somebody said it to me. And I don't disagree. Caleb Odom might be top 4, top 5 best players on the team, like athletes, players in like mismatch problem, going to have a problem dealing with. Caleb Odom is probably number 2 or number 3 on that list, on this roster. Caleb Odom is a beast, y'all. Like a dog, man. You look at his height, his size. He's up to about 225 right now, right? That's a big receiver, 6'5", 225. That dude is big. Jalen Hill put on a little bit more weight. I think he finally over the 200 mark. You got a lot of guys pushing that 200 mark. So good stuff, man. Good stuff. I like it. Coach Q says Mack will be the guy next year. Not if Ty Simpson stay. We're going to have a line. You know what, Coach Q? And I only say this because I feel like under Kalen DeBoer's offense and his play calling style, guys like Ty Simpson, guys like Austin Mack, guys like Dylan Lonergan, they only need 1 year to prove themselves. 1 year as a starter to prove themselves. So you give them an opportunity to be in the system and learn this system fully for a year, 2 years, right? Come out, compete. Who wins it? They start. You just keep recycling the process, right? In this system, any formidable quarterback is going to thrive. If you can grasp the simple concepts, you're going to thrive. I think Ty Simpson, if he stays, he's only going to need 1 year to start, and that next year be his year. If Jalen Milroe's not on the roster, Ty Simpson is going to be the starter. What's up? Appreciate that, David. Cole Adam, look, I didn't even see Cole. I didn't get to see a lot of the wide receivers, y'all. So the footage you see here is off of Kyle's camera, and he got one of them them OG them firefighters. You know what I'm saying? One of the ones you got to take a loan out for. Yeah. So he was getting some good clips here. T had the other one, and we were more so focused on defense. Kyle had the offense, so I didn't really get to see Cole. I would have loved to try to see him, but I didn't get to see him. Yeah, David, he is. You don't think so? Hey, Coach Q, think about this. If he hadn't reclassified, he wouldn't have been playing until next year anyways. I mean, the year after next anyways. So, I mean, it's a different game when you got a system and a coach that you believe in. I've actually been able to speak briefly with the family, with their family. Shout out to the Carter family for making that happen. But yeah, they're happy about playing for Coach DeBoer. You know, that's what their family is bought into. Austin Mack is not by any means cocky. But my thing is, he's going to compete. He's going to compete. I think it's better to have a sure number one and then have your problem at number two. Because I'm telling y'all right now, Jalen Monroe is number one this season. He's poised for a Heisman year. And then number two, that's where the competition is. That's where I believe the competition is. For blanket purposes, yes, you say there's competition in the room. But when you got a talent like Milroe, who's steadily improving daily, right? Steadily improving daily. He's just comfortable. He fits the mold of what you want this team to be. You're going to give every chance you can to develop a talent like that, right? And one thing I will say, I noticed, right? So Coach Kalen DeBoer paid a lot more attention to Jalen Milroe during his reps, and he was, reviewing a lot of stuff with Jalen Milroe after every rep. To me, that means that he's like really trying to drill him and show him that, hey, you got to seize the moment now. So yeah, you never know, man. Guys bought into the system. What I saw. Yeah, right, Wade. Smook, did you get to look at your boy? You know I did, Jim. And Jim, I've been waiting for you to ask for him because I know me and you, we've been big on Peyton. So I actually got a video clip of Peyton. I plan on adding it to my own little personal coverage of the young man. He's one of my favorite players on the roster. Him, Tim Keenan, Q-Rob, Noah. Who else gets to my heart real good? Rico Scott, Tony Mitchell, Malachi. Who else, man? I mean, just get to my heart real good, man. Jaheim, Jaden, they just get to my heart, man. Wilkin, Miles, Rock. Did I say Tony? Jaleel Hurley. I see nobody asked about him, but I'll talk about him in a second. But Peyton is huge, man. That dude, these guys are really packing on some weight, man. This strength and conditioning program has put them on. And y'all got to think, fourth quarter program is a lot of cardio, calisthenics and stuff. You drop a lot of water weight during that time frame. And a lot of these guys are still weighing out at solid 195s. At DBs, you got Red Morgan weighed in at 175. He graduated at 160 something, small dude. I think he's 175, 180 right now. I mean, strength and conditioning program is doing numbers right now. We saw CJ Dupree. He was in a black jersey, but he looks like he's getting lean too. Everybody already knew he was kind of like a sizable guy, but he's looking lean too. So yeah, cool to see these players. Jermaine, you think so? Ty knows he's the man next season. I don't know. I would expect him to stay and compete and have an opportunity. Yeah, Wade, light him up, bro, because I can't. I can't with him. It's sad. Him and the other dude. Marquez, 199 super chat says, from what you have seen, does Bama need DB depth? Appreciate the 199 super chat. You're always going to need depth, right? You don't know what can happen, injuries, whatever. But if there was no such thing as injuries, I would go into this season being very confident, right? And my starter secondary would be if I didn't have to go in the portal and get anybody, right? If there was no injuries, right? I wouldn't go in the portal and get anybody. But my starter secondary would be CB1, CB2 would be Jackson, Hurley, right? Jackson to the boundary on the ISO side, Hurley to the field, right? I would put like they got right now. Sab at free safety, Devontae Smith at Husky, and Malachi Moore at Rover. Right? That's the lineup I would see. And then behind them, you got to think behind them is a whole group of freshmen that are really, they could be ready. They could play this year and be effective, right? But no, it wasn't all freshmen, because you had at corner, you had Jalen Mbakwe, and then you had at Husky, you had Tony Mitchell. At free safety, you had Peyton Woodyard. At Rover, you had it wasn't Brayson Hubbard. Drake Kirkpatrick lined up one time there, and then at Rover, no, Drake Kirkpatrick lined up at safety, and Woodard lined up at Rover the second time. When Woodard was at safety, it was Rodarius Morgan. He was there at Rover. Then you had at corner, you had Xavier Brown. And then on the third little rotation, you had Mincy. Brown stayed out there at corner. You had it was like a good mix up. You could tell that they exploring with different groups to seeing just how guys move together. So yeah, that's about the gist of it, man. It was, I mean, I don't think we need depth. I don't think we need to like stress it, but you gotta consider injuries. You gotta consider guys possibly leaving. So you definitely go out and secure a few more solid guys, right? I like that, Wade. Yeah, Miro is definitely a leader, man. What's up, William? How you feeling? Ty Simpson is going to be a dog when it's finally his turn. Facts, Wade. Facts. Batman, do you think Bama will have a top 5 recruiting class for 25? I really do, man. I really do. Coleman flipping is going to play a big part in a lot of other recruits coming. Some early names I tell y'all to watch for is Malik Autry, Darrell Johnson. Who else? A name that we haven't been hearing much of, but I promise you he's going to come up on the radar. I did a segment on him, TK Norman, wide receiver, out of Jeff Davis. I mean, Carver High School, Montgomery. It's another. I made a list of let me pull this up. I made a list of the guys I expect to start leaning our way. Hold on. And I want y'all yes or no. Yes or no. So where is it at? Bryce Perry White. Bryce Perry White. I knew it was one of them linemen. I couldn't remember the last guy. Bryce Perry White. What y'all think about Bryce Perry White? Y'all think he gonna end up flipping to us? I saw some things yesterday, not necessarily saying I didn't see anything him saying, Bama, but I saw some conversations about him that are kind of lining up with what he's been putting out with his recruiting and in his interviews and stuff. You good for 55? Hey, that's what I'm talking about, man. Heard Jaleel Hurley has been looking good. Is that true, Jamal? 100% true. 100% facts. He's actually the corner opposite of Damani Jackson right now when they go out and line up, which I expected with him being a leader. If they wasn't going to move him from corner, there was one drill they were doing. They had the resistance bands around their knees, and they had their hands behind their back, teaching them balance in their back pedal, right, and keeping your feet like spread so you can get in and out of your breaks, turn your hips, open your hips up, and things like that. And a lot of those guys look like they have been putting in work, man. It's a lot of footwork. Like, I don't know, man. It's just, it looks different than in person than it is on film. I look at like even like this blocking drill here. Like on this video, Danny Lewis looks like he's moving like a big sluggish dude, but in person, Danny Lewis is so athletic. Like his movement, the way he moves around, he is so athletic. And I didn't expect that being there, being in that vicinity of it. I expected to I'm telling y'all, 38, y'all. 38. And he was fast too. Y'all know I get real hype about, underdogs. I'm gonna pull this one up. This is the full uncut one right here. I might be able to see y'all. Coach Smook, is Naeem a true possible flip? I haven't heard anything. Naeem Oford, I haven't heard anything about Naeem Oford. I honestly don't think so though. I think Ohio State might have, they might have him locked in. If we do, man, it's gonna be because he liked the energy of Mo Linquist, though. I tell you that. Mo Linquist and Colin Hitchler. Colin Hitchler is like we're blessed to have Mo and Colin, because both those guys. Mo was a head coach. Colin was a defensive coordinator. He's coming here just to coach safeties. And what's crazy is all of these, like, we're starting to find out that Kalen DeBoer has ties to all of these staff members, like all of them. Christian Robinson, Kane Womack, Colin Hitchler. You get what I'm saying? Like, serious ties, man. Anquan Fagans. Okay, Josh, I heard that too. Let me tell you, Anquan would be a nice one only because he was initially Bama. He was initially leaning towards Bama. So that would be a nice one to get him back. I definitely look into that one, Josh. Yep. Is what a fact. And see, that's why I be saying he forgets the likes of Levi Wallace, and you get what I'm saying? Like, it's starting to get aggravating at this point, man. That's why I've been looking over the comments, man. Yeah, I told you I seen him, Cinco. I thought I told you I seen him. Guys are still going to make visits. I don't think y'all. So during this time, like these unofficials right here, where guys are showing up for practices and stuff, they're not doing like all of the hype stuff right now. They do that in the summer. What they're getting a chance to do is get introduced to the staff. I mean, I seen players that are committed to Auburn on campus yesterday, and we're going to see some that's committed to Georgia on campus this weekend. So it's not nothing. I really focus on the ones who have been offered and are, verbally committed or leaning towards Alabama. You get what I'm saying? Them the ones I usually bring the hype to. Now, when statements are put out, like with Antonio Coleman a few weeks ago, when I was talking about some of the things that he was saying when he spoke on Alabama, that's when I could start reaching and digging. And that's why you won't catch me in left field too much. Because I won't do like some people and be like, oh, Oprah was at Bama practice and he's gonna flip. Nah, he's enjoying the visit. Just like Daryl Johnson, he's flying out to see another school this weekend. They're enjoying their time. They're enjoying the process, taking the visits, always looking to find out what's the next best thing for them, what's the next possible opportunity for them. So, yeah, definitely. I mean, we're going to see more big-time guys. Like you saw the list earlier of the players that's going to be on campus this weekend. Let me put it back up for y'all. Did I have it in here yesterday? Levi Wallace was a dog. That is very rare to say. Walk-on is going to play. Y'all tripping. Coach Q, who said he was going to play, first of all? Coin God, is this one of your friends? Did you invite him in here? I'm getting you and Crimson Wave vibes from him. Did y'all invite him in here? He was a very rare specimen, but I never said this guy. I said just look out for this guy. This dude is good. 38 is a good player. Go watch him. Wait till you see some spring. Y'all gonna see some clips of him in spring. Watch 38. He was in there when there was a guy taking a break. You know what I'm saying? He was the one getting pulled. Like Coach Mo was pulling this guy to do. Come on, man. Hey, get in there. Threw him in there with first group for 2 reps. Damani Jackson was on one side, and he was right behind Jaleel Hurley. We don't have any true freshman guys coming in at that position, right? So it's safe to assume that some of these guys that's walk-ons and that's out there right now working these groups, they might get an opportunity. That's what happened with Levi Wallace. We were literally in a down year with DBs. We didn't have any solidified corners. We didn't have any veteran guys to fill the position. And Levi Wallace showed up at spring training. Y'all didn't know about Levi Wallace from walk-on tryouts, from the tryouts, did y'all? You get what I'm saying? Did y'all know about did y'all know about Levi when he was just getting coached at practice during spring training? Did y'all know about him? Coach Q, since you got so much to talk about now, Man, pull the belts out, y'all. I got a new victim. Coach Q, since you got so much to talk about today, yeah, let me get amped up for a second. Let me get amped up, Coach Q. Since you got so much to say today, it's spring practice and a new staff. Yeah, that's the point. So a walk-on who didn't get offered by Coach Saban's staff, who's been on practice squad the last year, right? Comes in, goes through the tryouts again, and then gets selected, and he's given a roster spot or whatever it is, right? He's on the roster. He's out there practicing in spring in front of some new eyes. He has just as much opportunity as everybody in front of him. True or false? True or false? Talk to me. We got preferred walk-ons out there showing out. Just like the walk-on Levi Wallace did. Doing some of the same things, showing the work ethic, showing the effort, showing up early. Like I said, watch out for him. Nobody said he was going to start. Nobody said he was going to start. Crimson Wave, you out of hand. You come in here talking crazy with your anti stuff and then get mad when we come at you. If you want to be negative, take that junk to another channel. We tired of that junk because your evaluations be off. You and Coin Guy, y'all be so off. Y'all just be talking, man. I'm sick of it, bro. I'm sick of it. I'm really aggravated by it. Like I'm tired of it. That's why I can't wait till we go to this fan funders only chat. And I mean, because you got people in here that want to talk good football, want to talk good topics, have good debates. You don't want to keep coming in here and having to deal with trolls talking crazy, changing their names and doing retarded stuff. Like nobody want to deal with that. We want to talk Bama football. So if you can't do that, I'm gonna ask you to kindly leave, or I'm gonna start just blocking you, man. And we'll sacrifice 3 or 4 viewers to get you out the way because you probably the reason why a lot of people get up out of here anyways. So if you're not going to come with no better energy and get off of this little negative troll train that you've been pushing, man, because I ain't the only one that's bothered by it. I'm the only one that's just going to acknowledge it. You get what I'm saying? It's multiple. All the panelists are sick of it, man. So get out of here if you're not coming with no positive energy. Take that to the bank, put it to bed. I'm done with it. Had to do it, y'all. Appreciate the B2A freaking emojis. I'm done with it, man. I'm done with it. I'm out. I'm tired of them, man. I'm tired of them. Next, who's next? Who's next? Yeah, I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna get him, MJ. I'm gonna get him, man. I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna get him up out of here. I'm sick of him, man. Nah, it's not Bama boy. It's not that I'm letting them get to me. It's like a buildup. This is weeks of just not being able to talk football, not bringing nothing positive to the channel, not contributing to the channel, other than coming in here and aggravating the people that actually support the channel. It's not even about me, because if it was my channel, I'll just roast them all day. You get what I'm saying? It's not about me. It's out of respect for the viewers in here. When you got viewers don't even want to comment because you're in here talking crazy, talking about nothing. Look, and you about to be mad because you about to be out of here, Crimson Wave, Fairweather Fan 2.0. Keep on. Yeah. Hey, playing drive. I've been waiting for you to show up. We was on your neck last night on my channel. You need to hey, you need to come over to my channel so we can crank it up, man. That was fun the other day. Cynthia, that's all it is. That's all. I'm chill, y'all. I just, y'all know, I could turn it on, turn it off. I'm chill. Y'all for real. What? Now, and see, this is the type of stuff. Do y'all want to deal with stuff like this? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like, why? I'm trying to still keep a good vibe. Let's go. Moving on, man. Moving on. We're getting back to it. Y'all, appreciate y'all for letting me have that moment too. I'm just sick of it, y'all. Like, for real. We got to do better. Get people need to understand this ain't no rinky-dink chat. And I get tired of fans, not tired of y'all fans or supporters writing me. I get tired of y'all writing me about these people being negative in the chat. Like, I can't control what they say. Only thing I could do is try to, not listen to it or not acknowledge it. But when I see it, every time I'm scrolling through the comments, and say for instance, Jimmy Brown, I want to highlight Jimmy Brown's comment. Before I could click on it, I see a stupid comment from one of the trolls, and it's like, that's aggravating, man. It's aggravating. So let me get to you, Jimmy, a fan funder, supporter of the channel. He says, were you watching the QBs much yesterday, Smook? Why was our walk-on QB wearing a yellow jersey? I think that was for identification purposes. Like, I guess, like, who's the quarterback to call on for a certain drill, because it wasn't nothing special he was doing. At one point, he was doing the same drills as the quarterbacks in front of him. So I think it was like an identification thing for, like, maybe if they go scout team, or maybe they go to like a skill spot where he's he's working handoffs with, backup running backs, and then these running backs are running pass schemes with the competing quarterbacks, right? The starters. And then when it's time to switch, he'll still be working handoffs, or he'll go and do the other thing with the first. So I think it's like an identification thing. But and I did watch him for a little while. I didn't get to watch him for a long time. The only thing I was able to highlight and notice was the fact that everybody's mechanics across the board were virtually similar from the legs up. I mean, Austin Mack, you can see that's what they were trying to work with him on. He was probably the least fluid. But Milroe, Simpson, Lonergan, I mean, they footwork and I mean, everything mechanics was on point yesterday. It's one part of the clip you can actually see Jalen Milroe. He got out of his mechanics, right? And he immediately corrected the next rep. Like he's clapped his hands like, dang. Then it wasn't like catching the snap and doing anything. It was like drop back, just going through the mechanics, and he corrected it. Follow through and everything was solid. So I like that. How did Washington transfer center look, Coach Smook? I mean, you can't really gauge the old lineman other than like how they're moving. And he's never, like, even his film from last year, he's never had a problem moving, getting up and getting out, moving, getting on his blocks. I can't wait till we start being able to see a lot more than one-on-ones once they get in pads, once they come back from spring training. That's what I'm ready to see. But definitely look athletic. I will say that. And he is small, y'all. That's one thing I will say. He doesn't look like he's put on weight since he's been there. He looks like the same. He looks smaller in person than he does on TV. So that was kind of good to see. But I think before the fall kickoff, he might beef up just a little bit. He got time. But he don't need to be huge. We talked about this before. You don't need a huge center in today's day and age. And then also the style of offense, you're going to be pulling your center. You're going to be pulling your guards a lot. I mean, you got some athletic guards in Booker and Jaden Roberts, guys that are strong. The power run game going to be implemented too. I saw some drills being ran. And as far as like scheming things, layering things in scheme, you can see that the power run game is going to definitely be re-added to this offensive arsenal. Marquez, I had to, man. I'm getting tired of it, bro. I mean, he miserable, ain't it? He probably was the only one that voted no for the team. Have we ever left? He the only one that said we done dropped off. I feel you, but just let it go. Don't let them hurt your content. Let us handle those trolls. I got you, Bama. You right. But I feel like in this space, bro, we have the right to do that. This is our segment, and it's been brought to our attention by Kyle, Taylor. I mean, the fellas, we talk about it, and y'all just don't understand. Like, we're not ESPN. We don't go through all that training to be politically correct and stuff. Like, it might not be pretty in the street. You get what I'm saying? Like, really, really, really think about where you at. You get what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? And then, like, folks talking about, I ain't never been a coach. Sean ain't never been a coach. How do you know? I got players that watch this show, players that play for me. So, thanks for you bringing your knowledge. And also, thanks for the support, Undefeated family. Hey, Betsy, appreciate that $10 super chat. We definitely appreciate you. You're actually a supporter and a fan funder. We appreciate what you do for the channel. And anytime, Betsy, we love you. We love you. Who just became a member? Taj Goodlow just became a member. How you feeling, man? Appreciate you for joining up. Walmart gives me young Kirby vibes. Marquez, did you read my tweet yesterday or something? So Ryan Fowler made a Smook, when do they have practice again? It'll be Friday, but we won't get any. I don't think we'll be able to have access. I think we're just getting post-practice interviews. But appreciate that $2, the $1.99 super chat. Warmack gives me young Kirby vibes. Appreciate that, Marquez. One thing I do want to highlight though, I said me and Ryan Fowler, we were talking yesterday, but then he got on Twitter and made a post, and I after I retweeted it, and I said this staff and this team is giving those eerie 2009 to 2011, 12 vibes, right? 13, if even to 2013. The way that staff was built and formed is giving those type of vibes. The energy there. Kane Womack, a young defensive, up and coming, proven defensive coordinator coming into the SEC ranks, right? And he even made a small joke yesterday talking about some the media there. He was like, not as big as South Alabama's, but okay, we'll work with it. Like that was, to see the charisma and the personality on the staff is definitely good to see. Man, get out of here, Coach Q. Get out of here, bro. Nice knowing you. Once channels reach 100K subs, they block trolls to spark growth. The channel will become stagnant if you don't. Viewers get upset and stop watching. You right. You know what? Screenshot alert. Screenshot alert. You absolutely right. And I'm gonna keep this for growth purposes, y'all. For growth purposes. We gotta acknowledge that. Oh yeah, Dwight. And I've been on this channel for months, right? Me, Sean, Jay, Todd, we've been on this channel for months. And now all of a sudden the guy from Buffalo can't speak on Alabama football. A guy from New Mexico. Like, it's weird, man. It's weird. Where he gonna be next year based off his freshman year spring game. True. You're absolutely right. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Moonrocker. But yeah, last segment, man. We talked about the QB room mechanics. Let's get into this undefeated chat talk, man. Any questions about what y'all think I saw yesterday? We had a lot of footage to look through, and yesterday was our first being able to film practice experience, right? So we got kind of like a good mapped out game plan of how we're going to do it going forward, and yeah, it's going to be a good thing. It's going to be a good time. I think we're going to continue to grow. That's what I look forward to every day, every experience, man. I'm telling you, bro. Smook, any player you saw that is either bigger or smaller in person than you thought? I already, Shane, I was talking about Jalen Mbakwe. He looked like we're going to have to test some of these boys. We're going to wait till after we win the Natty, though. You know what I'm saying? But I really do think we need to test some of these kids. I don't know what they're doing. I mean, the food got to be good. Well, it's already been stated, Alabama, recruits have even said it. Alabama's food, their chef, they nutritionists, and they facilities where the kids eat at, the athletes eat at. Yeah, they got a fire chef. So I'm trying to work on some behind the scenes stuff for the summer so we can do a tour, Bama Football on YouTube tour of the facilities, and we'll do like a vlog of it, right? And it's going to happen. It's going to happen. We're going to do it. We're going to do it. We're going to give everybody else something else to talk about, right? People have done it, but they're not going to do it the way we do it. Myself, Kyle, hopefully Jake Merrill will be in town around that time. T will be here. So we're going to do it. We're going to do it. We're definitely going to do it. Facts, the dude is better than last year's spring game. Go 2 spring games back. It's not analysis at this point. You might as well look at his high school tape. Who we talking about? Who we talking about, Moonrocker? Smook, did you get to hang out with after the video/audio period was over, or did they ask y'all to pack up and go? Yeah, so when you come out there with your stuff to record, they want to make sure that everybody's putting their phones and stuff out the way. You had some people were out there, they weren't supposed to be tweeting during the live segment. You're supposed to wait till you go back to the room, then you go tweet out your notes. That's kind of what I did. And also, y'all, let me pull this up because I was trying to ask y'all yesterday. I don't know if y'all was able to reference what I was talking about. But yeah, I like this, man. Reading y'all comments, I could flow through comments now. That's all I be wanting, chat. I get tired of the trolls. It gets aggravating, especially after a long work day like yesterday. Your boy worked yesterday, man. Me, Kyle, and T worked yesterday. Like, it felt, I got home, my body was sore. Hey, I need y'all to tell me if y'all like this style of how I did this. Did y'all like how I put that up there yesterday, post practice? If you haven't seen it, this is it right here. That's the quick reaction report. Y'all know Mbakwe came to Alabama at 170, right? Like actual 170. So when I posted this, that's the point I was getting to. Like, that's crazy. He's only been there since January. Great job with your footage yesterday. Interview as well was well done too, Coach Smook. Hey, beers and shenanigans. I got to get a lot better, man. I get too excited and I start, speeding my words up. But I appreciate that, man. I was so anxious just to get it done, man, and get the content to y'all because I couldn't believe, like, standing in front of Quindarius Robinson. I'm 6'3", and he's 6'4", 6'4", 6'5". But he's so big, man. I told him, like, after we got done talking, I was like, bro, I'm about to hit the gym, bro. Like, oh, you good, bro? You good? You know. And then I asked him about riding a scooter. I said, how is it getting around on that little bike, a big dude like you? And he was like, man, to get the job done. He laughed it. So that's the type of vibe I'm bringing. We want to be approachable as a channel. And when we have players hop in the chat and stuff, family members, like parents, we don't want them coming in and having to read trolls comments all day, man. That is so agitating. You know, that is so, it irks my nerves, y'all. It really does. It irks my nerves. That's the reason I'm probably, if I am in my feelings, that's probably the reason I'm in my feelings, because when a recruit's parent was in here, one of the names that was mentioned was one of our resident trolls, you know, and talking on the phone with him, you know, I don't want to play rebound and try to validate the members, that's the fan supporters that are showing up and supporting and being positive or being realistic with their takes, agreeing to disagree, having good alternative views of things. Like, I don't want those people to go away because they provide good takes and good different points of views, and people can accept that, you know. But when you got somebody like the person we just blocked, and the two people that we just blocked, like they all that negativity, nobody wants to see that, you know. I don't want to mess up our chances of having Jalen Miro on for post game, right? Because we got a legit hater of Jalen Miro who has no reason to hate him, you right? Because some people will, if we keep letting that fire on our channel, he can assume that that's the way we feel. You get what I'm saying? So I look at it on a bigger scale. You're not even contributing to the vision, man. You just here to mess it up. Since you've been moving up the haters. Oh no, I don't want to read that. I thought you was talking about. Yeah, Miss Ebony doesn't need to be defending everything in here. Facts, man. Especially when you know he's trying to. That was almost disrespect. I saw this. We in undefeated chat talk right now. So we family. This is our family here. I saw this disrespect when Coin God was trying to tell Miss Ebony what her son is going to be doing at the university. And she texted me right after, and we laughed it off because, you know, but when it's happening every time you on this segment, every time, like it gets old, man. It gets old, and we don't have to deal with it, man. Oh no, you ain't missed nothing, bro. We just was revisiting. Beer cans and baddies, that was yeah, it was funny. Coach Smook, you guys did a great job. I was impressed with your first day of interviews, but remember we made a bet earlier about Booker moving the tackle, and I said no way. You said hit me back. Hey, you right, man. You won. And you know what? I don't think you had been around, Lynn, but I have been backing off of that thought for like the past week or two. Everybody here know they already called me out for backpedaling, man. They already called me out for backpedaling. I'll take my licks, man. I'll take my licks, bro. Hey, I'll take my licks, man, because we at the time, you know, I hadn't been able to evaluate Wilkin Formby, Miles McVay. I was excited about them, but to see Wilkin Formby with the first group both days, that was a sight. Like, I'm excited about that. Elijah Pritchard was at left tackle, but Miles McVay was at left tackle with that group one time. So it's gonna be a huge year for a lot of players. I think it's gonna be a strong competition, y'all. I'm telling y'all. I think it's gonna be a lot of competition for the tackle. Niquil Bertrand, you better watch out. You better come in ready to work, man, because these guys that's been here, they not giving it up easy. But yeah, Lynn, you right, man. Well, how much did we make put a number on it, or we just bet? I appreciate you for the super chat too, man. When the family thought Kyle didn't like Miro because of trolls. Facts, man. Telling you. Moonrocker, a dude is a real Bama. He really is. T. Holden. So question, that's been on my mind with all the changes. Are they still going to be doing the baked beans and steak dinner thing for A-Day? You know what? So, T. Holden, great question. I really appreciate this question because it was one of those things where Coach Kalen DeBoer highlighted that in his first presser about maintaining a lot of the traditions that were important to the players that stayed and to the university. And we all know that's a staple. You know, since Coach Saban has been there, it's a staple. So maybe they might upgrade it. Maybe it's like steak and lobster and beanies and winnies with French toast, you know, something weird, you know. But I don't know, man. I could ask. That'll be something that I'm gonna ask. You know, I might be way too early, or you know, I'm that type of dude. I'll ask it. I'll be the one that everybody look like. Did you really just ask it? Yeah, I did. So yeah. Yeah, the undefeated chat can handle the trolls by just blocking them. Oh yeah. We just did. I'll block them for them. Yeah, I'll block them for y'all. You know, they could email and complain about me talking them over all they want, talking over them all they want. It's you're not saying anything with substance. You're not supporting the channel for real. So I could do without you. We could do without you. I'll make a call for the team there. You know, I'll protect my team doing that. My boy John M been a member for a month. That's it. I swear you've been a member for longer than that. Oh yeah, he going to. Thoughts about Red Morgan at Husky? David McMillan, appreciate the $5 super chat. So I never thought Red Morgan wasn't ready. I just wanted him to put some weight on. We never, David. Nobody ever doubted Red Morgan's ability, right? Nobody. I just think he needs to put weight on. That's it. That's the only thing keeping him from pushing to be a starter right now. And the thing is, Red knows he has a developmental process to go through. He knows he got stages to go through and grow through, right? So Red is going to continue to work. He's going to stay. So I did get reports that he's hitting it hard in the weight room. Red is hitting it hard in the weight room. You can see, you know, when skinny guys first start, you know, bulking up, it don't really show girth in our biceps as much, but our shoulders start to look a lot more broad. You start seeing the calf muscles swell up a little bit. The area in the upper calf starting to look a little bit thicker for my boy. What else, man? I mean, just it's not crazy improvement, but you can see that he's putting in the work. So I think he's going to be a good fit. My thing is right now, y'all, if we was to have injuries in our secondary, and Lynn, this is to your point, man. We always need depth, but as far as talent, if we have 1 or 2 injuries with key guys like Malachi Moore, Devontae Smith, Keon Sapp, there are young guys that can get thrown out there and with simple concepts can really thrive and be effective. May not dominate as well as the person in front of them because of lack of experience, but they can get out there and I feel like they can contribute on a consistent rate. But also, not only that, man, you got guys like Dre Kirkpatrick, Peyton Woodyard, Red Morgan, who else? Zay Mincy. Those 4 guys right there could play safety or corner, Husky or Rover. You get what I'm saying? Like they could play in either one of those spots in the secondary and be usable, like be valuable, right? So yeah, I like that. Oh yeah, you do need to watch more film because if you watch film, you can see Booker was better at tackle. He just now coming into his own at guard, but he was better at tackle. He got recruited to Alabama as a tackle. He's probably going to go back to tackle when he goes to the league too. He's probably going to go back to tackle. So yeah, Lynn, watch more film, bub. Watch more film. Open them old eyes. Put them glasses on like I be putting on, man. Hey, appreciate you though, for real, Lynn. I see Lynn is in a troll. Lynn is in a me and Lynn don't agree on every debate, right? But we've had respectable debates on Twitter, right? We've had live respectable debates here with interacting with the chat. I can respect that. And he's a Bama fan. He supports the team. He has his takes on the quarterbacks, not as the same as mine all the time, but he has them. And they're things you can really say, okay, I can see that. And then you have a debate now. Because even if I don't agree with it, it's points that he made that are valid. I can appreciate that. So thank you, Lynn. And he came back and stood 10 toes down and called me out for missing it on Booker. Because I sure thought we was going to have a strong side. Well, I thought, and I may be right, but it's just the person that I was way off. You know, they keeping Booker and Jaden on the inside, you know. And like I said, Lynn, I've been backpedaling for the past 2 weeks on that tape. Everybody in here tell you that. I ain't got nothing to hide. I started looking at it and how it could shape up once we got Brailsford and you know, looking at Pritchett and looking at his film from last year, just how uncomfortable he was. He looked comfortable yesterday. Elijah Pritchett did look comfortable. But I will tell you this, he got 2 guys behind him that's gonna be pushing him. You know, Miles McVay is one of them. And I didn't recognize Rock Montgomery yesterday. I didn't see him. I don't know if we got any footage of him, but when I go back out there, that's one guy I'm definitely going to be looking for because I'm excited to see what his development is looking like. He said, Coach Smook, Uncle Jay said, Coach Smook, I want to commend you like I did Kyle on your coverage yesterday. You guys did an awesome job, and you're only going to get better. Thanks, Uncle Jay. And y'all know I do my film study. I was looking. Y'all was joking on me about blinking too much. Let me tell you, the weather is changing, y'all. So my sinuses and everything is like different. So I'm on camera trying not to sniff and do like all of that. And my eyes are itching because my allergies are starting to, you know, kick back in. Now that I'm back in the South, right? And this is only early March. We ain't even had the pollen. So y'all keep your boy in prayer, man. I'm gonna stay hydrated so my sinuses can stay, you know, be able to flush on naturally. But y'all, I feel like it's gonna be a rough spring for your boy. I'm gonna be coming on here with puffy eyes and everything, man. So y'all pray for your boy, man. Lynn, the channel is really growing and amazing. Facts, it is. That's why I want everybody that wants to really support become a fan funder, man. Just think about it. You pay for YouTube TV. I think YouTube TV is like $79 right now. But how many of y'all actually watch YouTube TV every day? You actually watch networks on YouTube TV? Or Hulu or anything. Like, how many of y'all actually watch those networks? I don't personally. I barely watch anything on TV now. I for a year, I only watched YouTube. I was watching Destroying, AJ Green, all those content creators, and I would find random videos. I was doing reaction videos as a content creator. So, and then I was watching a lot of my old team that I used to coach, their games. Man, and then I was going through last night. I almost posted out of trying to put people to shame, but I'm getting away from that vibe. I see where my grace is projecting me as a believer, right? I see where God has graced me, and I have a grace to deal with adversity. So yeah. Yeah, y'all seen Elijah Pritchett right there? Yo, this oh, you know what else? Somebody else asked about it the other day, and I don't know who it is, but when I say it, y'all probably gonna be excited to hear it. Coach Cap, the O-line coach. That dude a dog, man. That dude is a dog. Y'all see my? I'm sorry, I got in y'all shot. Hold on, I'm trying to go forward. Trying to find the O-line. Coach Cap, something serious, man. His energy, bro. His energy is different, man. Is different as the offensive line coach. Not a whole bunch of cussing, but when he talks, man, you feel him talking. Like you don't just hear him, you feel him talking. He big old round. I mean, he's like the prototypical offensive line coach you want, right? You want a big old belly coach. I mean, he ain't fat. He got that hard, old school. I used to be an O-lineman at 195 pounds in the 60s. Offensive lineman look, right? Didn't get his grown man weight till he was 40, right? But he got this energy about him, man. That dude. Him, Mo Linquist, I think the most energetic coaches on the staff right now, just based off of yesterday, and this is spring training. Jamarcus Shepard and Mo Linquist. They probably the ones bring. And y'all remember we did the little graphic, right? When we was talking about coaching personalities projecting, we was spot on with both of those guys. Chad, we was definitely spot on. Nick Sheridan, we were kind of off with him because he got a little bite on him too. Nick Sheridan got a little fire under him. He ain't got as much energy as the other two I just mentioned, but he got a little fire. Coach G is real chill. We knew that. Coach G real chill. He don't get intense. Come on, guys. Come on. Get up. Quick. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on. Here. Come on. Get it. Like Coach G is solid. Freddie Roach, crazy. Him and Jamie Mosley working together. I know that's like a two brothers, man. That's two brothers right there. Two, I mean, like brothers, not black people, but brothers. Yeah, I'll try to say I'm racist. Them are brothers, like they have a brotherhood bond. So them two coaching D-line, outside linebackers, around that area, that's crazy, man. That's crazy. What else? Christian Robertson, he got ties to them boys because he played around that era when they played against each other. He was at Georgia. Christian Robinson, I told y'all earlier, Christian Robinson looked like he could get on the field right now, bro. That man looked like he can get on the field right now and go. And another thing about our coaching staff, man, a lot of them jokers jacked. Man. They was talking about who's the director of sports medicine over there. I forget his name, but they were talking about him coming down there, how much he be in the weight room. Yeah, man. Demetrius Duggan said, another thing we have to remember is that this is early spring, haven't even had the first scrimmage yet. That's when we'll know more about depth chart. Yeah, and that's all we do is speculating, Demetrius. You're absolutely right, though. We just speculating based off what we've seen. You can speculate. You don't just line up in these lines for no reason. Anybody that's ever played football, it's either amongst the peers that decided, and that's usually because the coaches has already said something, or the coaches are appointing guys to go first, and then everybody else just falls in. So usually, like when I played in college, we knew who was in the lines based off of the preseason depth chart on the board when you're walking out. So at Faulkner, the way the field house was, and if you were Faulkner grad, we had a few in here the other day. Shouts out to you. But if you ever been in Faulkner's, well, when I was there, it looked like a daggone like one of them rest stops on the side of the highway. The rest stops where they got the bathrooms and the concessions, not concessions, but the vending machines and stuff. That's what our field house used to look like at Faulkner. And we had these plywood lockers, right? Because it was a young program. But we had the depth chart. It was the door before you ran out the locker room to go to the field. And it was your duty to check that, right? So you knew where you fell in at. And so if they do it on that level, I'm pretty sure Coach Kalen DeBoer and this staff do it. The position coaches definitely are telling guys who needs to go first, who they want out there first to do the drill and give a look. Yeah, so, I mean, and I'm not saying you're wrong. You're absolutely right, bro. You're absolutely right. I agree 100% with you. I'm just saying it's not far-fetched to speculate the way that we're doing. But I appreciate the comment, man. Appreciate you for being a member, too. Give us some quality comments, man. David Ballou, you're right, Shane. That's why I love the undefeated. You always have your boys straight up. Our secondary is very young, but this year there's going to be key moments for each one, I think. And that's when everyone in the nation is going to be scared. John, you're absolutely right. And I think Jalen Mbakwe might be the front runner for punt return. Y'all heard it here. I think he might be the front runner for punt return. Yeah, shouts out to Destroying. You know what's crazy? So this summer is going to be big for Coach Smook and the team. We got a team, but it's going to be big because should I say that? Yeah, I could tell y'all. I was able to reach out to Destroying, y'all. I've been keeping it under wraps for a while, but he's actually putting together like this mega project, and I can't wait to see it. So when it gets unveiled, y'all will be the first to know. Y'all will be the first to know. And it does have a lot to do with training and not training, but traveling and the high school scene. So I'm excited. So haven't ironed out the details, not going to get excited or be speaking nothing right now, but I do believe that this is an opportunity that we're going to be able to capitalize on here at Bama Football on YouTube, having that type of networking connection with a YouTuber who's had as much success as Destroying, who literally, started it on what we covered. He was a college football athlete and was just showing his skill sets as a kicker, as he should be able to, right? Showing his skill set, and his career got cut short because of it. And he made the best decision by gambling on himself, betting on himself. You're right too. I mean, like the position center between James and Parker or tackle. Yeah. Now with tackle, I think because of the limited numbers that we have at actual tackle, because right now I think it's only 4 tackles on the roster. It's like 7 or 8 guards, right? Interior offensive linemen. So with the tackles in this phase, you don't really have that flexibility to kind of disguise nothing. So you are trying to get looks, which are guys that you feel like can be your first 2 up, and then how the other 2 work together on that line. And then you might see them switch up. You might see the other two get with the first interior guys, and the first two that you know that were there, they go to the second. So I think it should be good. Coach Smook said, I mentioned earlier, Jay said, I mentioned earlier that these coaches are going to build this team into the dominant team like Bama of the past, a household conversation. We're here to stay. Hey, I agree. Tuscaloosa in the house. What's up, Trey? How you feeling, fam? What's good? Is this Trey from the bar the other day? Last night. If so, man, I appreciate you pulling up, man. You look like the guy I was at the bar with last night at Baumhouse with, the Tennessee fan. Oh no, you ain't no Tennessee fan. You said Roll Tide. My fault, man. You look just like this guy, man, from last night in the chat, y'all. Everybody that was in the chat on my channel last night for the vlog. The post workday live. He looks just like that dude, man. I was about to say, that's what's up, man. Colin Hitzler is the coach named the most by recruits talk about, but he's going to be a superstar coach and recruiter. He will really help us moving forward. I think Ty hit on that too, Lynn. But I've heard Mo Linquist, I've heard Jamarcus Shepard. Both names, a lot of the names being echoed just as much, So Neo, what's good? You coming in late on the tail end of it? Y'all seen Brian Ellis out there? Yeah, Brian Ellis almost looked like a college kid, man. Brian Ellis almost looked like a college kid. For real. Y'all see Daryl Johnson right there on the sidelines talking to Coach Shepard, associate player director of player personnel. I think that's his title. Hey. Oh, you do? That's what's up, man. Yeah, Brian, I think he like 39, bro, 38. I don't even think he's 48. He ain't too much older than me. I don't think Brian too much older than me. You believe Clemson through and through? Go ahead and grab you one of them fan funders, man. Go ahead and grab you. Hey, y'all check out this commercial. Let my boy, let's introduce Trey to the fan funders, man. Let's get him straight.
Special thanks to our sponsor, Residence Inn, Ocean City, Maryland. Guests can book at residenceinnoc.com. Use the promo code LPR for special Bama football pricing up to 20% off. Also, go to therogueshop.com. Use the promo code Bama. You get legal CBD. For me, personally, I like the topical oil. You know how intense my workouts are, right? So I like the topical oil. I like to rub that on my back, whatever, after those cinder blocks. So go to their website, cruise down, look through their website, and definitely check out rogueshop.com. And like I said, I like the topical. Again, the promo code is Bama. Also, think about becoming a fan funder right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Become a part of the Undefeated as low as $2.99 a month. That's 10 cents a day. How do you do this? Make sure you're logged into your account. This is on a computer. You can also do this on your phone and look for the tab that says membership. Once you click membership, you can see different options. You can see an upgrade button right there to the right if you want to go through the different levels. We have fan funder videos from the staff right here at Bama Football on YouTube. Very easy to navigate. Let us know if you have questions inside the comment box when trying to upgrade or renew your fan funder membership right here on Bama Football on YouTube. And of course, if you want to rock that undefeated gear, check out our merch store located at the bottom of the videos. We appreciate Patriot Life, Cynthia, Antoine, Caitlin, and to everybody else that supports us right here on Bama Football on YouTube.
Yes, sir. Y'all already know how we get down, man. So we closing this thing out, man. I want to make sure I acknowledge all of our people that's pulling up late, man. I got time today, so I'll stick around and chop it up if y'all want me to. If y'all ain't tired of talking to me, I'll stick around, man, because I'm really trying to relax. Last night really drained me, man, and I'm glad it did. I'm glad because I know how to prepare next time. I didn't eat a breakfast before I went out there, right? Tried to eat a little snack, and I'm fat, man. Y'all look at and see how slim I am on screen, but I eat a lot, man. So I'm about to get out of here. Once I get off this segment, I'm gonna eat something real nice, real good. Finish setting this room up, right? Finish setting up my humble abode that I'll be temporarily residing in for the next 3 to 4 weeks, right? And I got my look, y'all. I would show y'all, but I don't have the external camera up. It's coming back. It's definitely coming back. We got the mic coming back up. You know what I'm saying? We got everything getting set back up, man. We're gonna have the sound effects back. It's about to get crazy. So put that on the floor. I ain't gotta hook it up yet. Not yet. But Rodney, what's good, family? Ryan came in. What's good? How everybody doing? Y'all just getting off work? Gifted 5. Uncle Jay, I love the fact that y'all be gifting, but Lord have mercy. You know what happens when y'all gift subs? You get people like Coin Guy getting a fan funder. You know what I'm saying? At this point, man, I don't have no respect for the trolls that come in here and disrespect y'all. If I get in trouble for that, so be it. Cause y'all know I could take it. But that's the first time I seen him since he was disrespecting Miss Ebony. You know, that's my sister. First of all, not blood sister, but that's my sister, and two, that's a family member, a mother of one of the players who's committed to the University of Alabama. You know, and I took it as disrespect. A lot of members in the chat did. We're not going to stand for it. And you got people behind him that like Crimson Wave that support that type of mess. Get them out of here. You know, and that's how I'm gonna be. You know, on the channel. If I get y'all know, I don't mind apologizing. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. If I'm whatever, I don't mind apologizing and coming back and clearing the air. But initially, to get through this, to be able to enjoy these moments, right, of this undefeated chat talk, I ain't had to acknowledge not one troll, right? And we do, even our family, we joke on each other, right? We get on each other. So I mean, I don't mind it. It's just when it's trolling, bro, and it's negative. Like I can't do it. My boy said, I'm already here, bro. Been here a long time. I just deal in cash. Got to put some money on a prepaid card to join undefeated. Facts, boy. You better get you one. Hey, or you could pull up on me, drop about $2,000. You know what I'm saying? And you ain't even gotta get no badge. I can just make sure you stay straight. Pull up on me. You know what I'm saying? I'm just playing, man. Appreciate you for being around. Hey, man. I do the CBD too, man. I actually was able to take my medicine last night too, man. I live as off grid as possible, Trey. I got an uncle like that. That joker ain't got no phone for real. Like the phone that he had. My uncle is the only person I know. He has a cell phone. He don't travel with his cell phone on. The only time his cell phone is on is when he at home. He keep his streets. He for the streets. Hey, coach, great questions last night. I just got here. I need to know what you thought of Coach Lindquist after listening to him. I feel better about the DBs. Glenn, you don't need to hear nothing from me because you right on the right track, brother. If you feel good about it, you on the right track because that's the same thing that everybody else is feeling, man. Like I said, the intensity you see in his interview is like times 1,000 on the field. Like that's one thing. Like a lot of the media personalities, we were out there looking around, and a lot of the same things were being said. Man, you see that dude? You see Coach L, Coach Mo. You see Shepard. You see Sheridan. You know, Kalen DeBoer, Kane Womack. All these coaches got like a dynamic of energy, and I love it. I'm glad it's. Hopefully it stays like this. Maybe they're excited about new opportunities and they're showing it, and maybe it'll mellow out. But if it stays like this team gonna be different. Dare D, appreciate you, fam. Appreciate you for listening in. What do you think about Malachi Moore and his brother? I love to see family playing on the same team. Hey, Ryan, if you were on Twitter, I actually posted that earlier. I could show y'all. I could post it. I could show y'all. I posted that clip from me and Malachi Moore chopping it up. And watch his eyes light up, y'all. This is what I was like. This is what made me feel good about it. Watch his eyes light up. They are a family. You get what I'm saying? Like, if you love family, you love the Moore family. Let me do this. Go back to this. Present. Share screen. There we go. All right. Hold on. I'm going to make it full screen for y'all. Can y'all still hear me? All right. Then we're going to go here. Turn the music down so I can hear it. There you go.
Hey Malachi, I know your brother was able to sign as a preferred walk-on. How excited are you to share the field with your brother this year?
Yeah, I'm really excited. You know, me and him never been in school at the same time. I've always been leaving and he be coming into high school or something like that. But it's always been a dream of mine to go to school with my brother because I think it would be cool. But that's definitely something I'm looking forward to and excited for him. Next level.
Hey Malachi.
Y'all, that's Malachi Moore.
You-
How do I stop it? So that's Malachi Moore talking about his brother, man. And, I don't know if y'all saw it, but I saw it. Did y'all see his eyes like kind of like light up? You know, when I said it, and it was like he was excited, you know, and it feel good, man. I wish me and my brother never got to play on the field together. We played little league ball together, but we never got to play on the field together because the year that I got injured and he was a freshman. As a matter of fact, the only thing we did get to do is the year he came in as a freshman, the 8th graders used to come over and do spring training with the varsity over at the high school, and we did Oklahoma drills, and I went against my brother, man, and my brother he's shorter than me, but he's the football player. He played defensive end, linebacker. He's playing semi-pro right now. He's playing like tackle right now, and for a semi-pro team. But we lined up, man. And we on our backs, right? And when they blew that whistle, I'm like, yeah, I'm about to run this joker over. I rolled over, get up. We line each other up. When I dropped my shoulder to try to run my brother over, his helmet was already lower than mine. And mind you, my brother, so this going into my 11th grade year before I got injured. So I'm probably like 5'11", 5'10", 5'11", right? My brother at this time was probably like 5'6", 5'7". My brother's about 5'8", because he didn't grow that much more in high school. My brother's about 5'8", 5'9". And but his helmet was lower than mine because I had my eyes open. I put my head down for a second, and I looked up to make sure I didn't have my head down because I had seen somebody else get a concussion like this. So that last split second, I put my head up. And this is my second year playing organized football. I put my head up. I see his helmet below me, and man, my level was good, but he was lower, and he got his head in my hip, right? Got his shoulder up under me, and just flipped me in the air, bro. The ball went that way. I flipped over that way, landed on my feet, and it was like a highlight I'll never forget. But he talks about that all the time. So that's his little one-up on me because he couldn't beat me in Madden. So I give him that one. Love the CBD chocolate bars for sure. Really helps to get some good sleep. Rodney, not even that. It helped with your bowel movements too. You'll take a look. Hey, appreciate that, Ryan. Oh, it did? Which talking about with the coaches? With Mo and all them? Oh, okay, Ryan. I feel you. All right, so I don't know, man, because Aiden is very much overlooked. I think Aiden is very much overlooked. I think he's going to end up being in the same position group as his brother. He's only I think Aiden is like 5'11", 205 or something like that. He's more so that same build that Malachi is. You know, they similar build. He's not as fast, but he's definitely a thumper. Very keen and IQ is there. Definitely would have to get his speed up, right? He's not slow by any means. He's not as fast as his brother. He's more athletic though. I will say that. If I was just talking from an athleticism standpoint, I think Aiden might have the edge in athleticism over his big brother. And that's usually how it is. When you got brothers, the young one always have something like the it factor. The older brother always be like the one that have to work hard. Like I had to work hard to be good at football. My brother was just it. Now basketball, that was a different story. We ain't gonna talk about basketball because I was a dog. When I played football, my sister went to the opposing high school. She hated it and loved it at the same time. I know the feeling. Facts, man. Facts, man. What you said? What we paused? What we pausing to, Dino? What we pausing? What we pausing to, man? What I say? You gotta help me. Our good friends, we played MTSU together. Oh, that's what's up, Taj. Hey, so me and Malachi's mom, we interact a lot on social media, man. She's a bright spirit. And me and the Pops, Pops is, straight up. You know what I'm saying? He's a straight up dude. Nothing scary about him. He ain't no intimidating type guy. He's a straightforward dude, very reliable. When he give you his word, he really gonna follow up with you. And I definitely appreciate Mr. and Mrs. Moore for being who they are to this channel. They definitely some real people. And I love how they handle their sons and their sons' journey. Shout out to the 238 in the chat, man. We just did the commercial. I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here. I'm gonna grab something to eat. Tonight's schedule. Let me get the schedule for y'all tonight. Let's get the schedule, y'all. Schedule. Where is it? Okay, there it is. All right, so tonight, we're going back to the OG schedule. Tonight you got Jarek at 6, you got Sean at 7, and you might have me at 8. I might have something to do. I got to check with T and Kyle, but you might just have those two for the 3-hour segments tonight. You might just have those two. So I'll catch up with y'all later, man. Let me run down the chat, man. Y'all run up some emojis. I want to do one more roll call before I get up out of here, just because we did have the little damper moment with the trolls, but I won't stand for it no more, y'all. Just as much y'all love protecting me, I love protecting y'all, man. Real Rare 100. Hey, chat, can y'all answer that question for me? For him? I ain't disrespecting you and by no means. I just want you to know they know my take on it. Can y'all answer that question for my boy? Did I answer your question about what, Cinco? I don't think I want to answer your question, Cinco. You a troll too. Hey, y'all, I'm blocking Cinco. I'm just playing. Y'all know that's my brother. He always picking. Hey, Cinco, I lost my CarMax yesterday too, bro. I lost my CarMax, man. My lips gonna be ashy like old buddy that was in here. Yeah, Dino, tell him. Yeah, I really do. I don't think he's just gonna start Real Rare 100. I think he's gonna be a Heisman contender. If he grasps the nuances of this offense, the phases of this offense, and what it entails, I think he will be just fine. Uncle Jay, Nicole, Jimmy, Braden in the chat. Braden, get you a fan funder link. Is this Braden from last night at Baumhouse? See, I keep thinking I'm seeing people. That's why I don't like meeting a lot. Well, I ain't gonna say I don't like, but that's why when I meet people, I be like, you know what I'm saying? Because if that was you, happy birthday again, bro. Peace out, Darkwing Duck. Anthony, appreciate you, fam. Ryan, appreciate you. Clinton, appreciate you. Dare D, appreciate you. Yes. Miro for Heisman. Miro for Heisman. Tell him Miro for Heisman. Yeah, we appreciate you. We appreciate you. Jimmy Brown is Miro's until somebody else takes it. William in the chat. Let's go, man. Moon Rocker. Everybody, tell it he gonna grasp. Hey, and y'all want me to tell y'all why Jake is feeling like that? Because Jake got to see up close and personal Michael Penix develop in those 2 years. He got to see it up close and personal, and I trust Jake's judgment, being a DB that played at the D1 level, played at the University of Washington, right? I trust his judgment, right? When it's talking about the opposing side of the ball. If a safety cornerback telling you that, if a DB telling you that this quarterback has shown more improvement than Michael Penix, then you might want to look at it. You might want to look at it. That was the statement made yesterday. Oh my God. So this is the statement that was made by not only one of the writers, but Jalen Miro's quarterback coach was talking about how his throwing coach was talking about he has never coached or trained anybody that can grasp turnover as quickly as Jalen Miro and apply it. So when I say grasp turnover, like turnover meaning, all right, I got this phase of my throwing down. What's next? Like a lot of guys have to go through separate workouts like that. Jalen Miro can get through phases of, what he's trying to develop in one workout. So I believe if he takes that same type of mentality to the film room, learning this offense, I think we're going to be set up for a crazy good season. Moonrocker, they're the points I'll be making, bro. Those are the exact points. Nobody thought of Joe Burrow when he left Ohio State and came to LSU. And y'all trying to tell me that Jalen Milroe isn't more athletic and has a higher ceiling than some of those guys? I would disagree heavily and strongly. And I would tell you, turn the film on. But with that being said, y'all, let's get up out of here, man. Your boy is finally, I'm telling you, we're finally getting a good grip on this thing called coverage and Bama football. When it comes to coverage, looking at Bama football on YouTube, we want Bama football on YouTube to be the place you come to when you are asking about Alabama football. I don't care where else you go. If you want the real, you want the truth, you want the rap, you want the raw, hey, come to Bama football on YouTube. So with that being said, it's been fun, chat. As always, man, I enjoy you all. Appreciate all the fan funders, all the super chatters, all the supporters, all the misguided supporters. We appreciate you all. Don't forget to follow your boy at Coach Smook on every platform, right? And then also, guys, do not forget to send your Smook Scoop emails. Anything, recruits that need to be on the radar, under the radar recruits that, guys, we're not looking at new recruits that you haven't seen me talk about on Twitter or social media. Reality or reach, all of that comes to coachsmook@gmail.com. Always ready for your energy, always ready for your takes. And we're going to get it. We're going to get it, y'all. Continue to support the team. Shout out to Kyle, T, Sean, Coach Jared, Jake, and Ty Hayes. Shout out to the team, man. We got a squad, and we really going to keep on growing. We're not going to let no haters stop us. And at the end of the day, it's all Roll Tide. So y'all know how I like to leave y'all. With a Roll Tide roll. Let's get it, baby. I'm out.